number 2, and most of you applicants can see that we have a very full agenda, so we will be strictly adhering to the 3-minute presentation limit this afternoon.
We have a number of speakers in support, including Bridget Fraser, Erica Mullins, Drew Martin, Brian Hearn, Jeff Ranke, and Kevin Yeska. And here to support and answer questions, Melissa Huggins, Rebecca DeBoer, and Nancy Horn.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anytime you're ready.
It looks like Bridget is not with us, but we do have Erica, Drew, Jeff, and you should all be unmuted as well.
All right, I can, this is Erica. I can start if Bridget is not available. So thank you for having us. My name is Erica Mullins. I'm the Director of Interior Design at Strang, and I did the programming for the WISO project, and we'll walk you through some of the starting details. So if you want to go to the next slide. We started working with WISO in the spring of 2021 to develop the program for their new space. Through the programming process, we surveyed, interviewed, and discussed the project goals with their stakeholder groups, which included board members, students, faculty, and staff. Through that process, 4 guiding principles emerged that have directed the design and decision-making for the project. And those guiding principles deal with creating a music destination, an acoustically innovative space, creating a sense of belonging, and a creative space. Next slide, please. The building itself consists primarily of rehearsal space for WISO. There are 3 large rehearsal halls for the WISO's 5 orchestras to rehearse that can each accommodate a 100-person ensemble. 9 studios and 8 practice rooms in varying sizes accommodate the music makers program, sectionals and chamber ensembles, and independent practice. In addition to the rehearsal space, the building is supported by administrative office space, artistic staff prep area, instrument storage and repair, and a music library. The large commons area serves as a circulation for the building and a gathering place for families during rehearsal, and our building is approximately 40,000 square feet. Next slide. The WISO building will be located at 1128 East Washington Ave, the current Avenue Bar building and parking lot. The 1138 East Washington site will remain as is and will be surface parking for the building. Next slide. This location joins other nearby arts destinations on the East Washington Transportation Corridor. Nearby arts venues include the My Arts facility, the Sylvie Artlet Lab, and Stevens Field. Next slide. A few images of the current site, both from the East Washington Corridor and then Curtis Court, which runs parallel to East Washington to the north. Next slide. So getting into the design. The building concept emerged and was heavily influenced by instruments. The sweeping curves on the exterior and interior of the building were inspired by the shape of a cello and other string instruments. Warm wood tones reference the material that constructs string instruments. A mixture of metal tones will be utilized throughout the space as another reference to the materiality of the different instruments that are in the orchestra. We are also looking for opportunities to expose details and structure similar to the close-up image of the drum you see on the top right. Next slide. The concept of sound was derived from the instrument concept to add a layer of texture to the design. The quote represented on the page, "I call architecture frozen music," inspired movement, rhythm, and pattern in the design. Next slide, please. The last concept draws on regional materials and forms to timelessly ground the building to the local region. Rolling hills, incorporation of natural elements, and limestone are used both on and within the building. Next slide, please. And I'm going to hand it over to Kevin.
Hi, everybody. Kevin Yeska with JSD. Also speaking on behalf of Rebecca DeVore with Psyche Design here for Site and Landscape. So the building is set back roughly 17 feet from East Washington and Curtis Court. Side yard setbacks are approximately 6 feet from the adjacent commercial uses, with a slight encroachment along the Avis car rental to the east. Next slide, please. The site and landscaping is intended to mimic the elegant curves and arches displayed on the building's facade. Softened turns along that one-way access drive off Curtis Court will help to slow traffic as they exit onto westbound East Wash, whereas different colored concretes, textures, and control joints will help to separate the drive lane from the student drop-off and loading zones you see on the left side of the image. Next slide, please. Plantings were carefully selected to provide rhythm and movement for passing travelers along the East Washington corridor. This strengthens the project's overarching theme of blended forms and materials inspired by driftless landscapes with the elegance and detail of musical instrumentation. Urban tolerant, low maintenance species were carefully positioned along side yards, whereas a balance of low growing sedges, forbs, and shade tolerant accent shrubs will blend the development with the adjacent residential use between the building and Curtis Court. And then last but not least, the chosen site elements you see here in the images, including bike racks, illuminated bollards, and seat walls, will carry that sleek, modern appearance with softened curves to, again, complement the architectural facade. Next slide, and I will pass the mic to Drew with Strang.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm Drew. I'm an architect at Strang and lead designer for this project. So I'm just going to orbit around the building, show a couple of the 3D views. So starting with the southwest here, this is a southwest vehicular approach from eastbound traffic on East Washington Avenue. And we really just see the first impression that drivers will see of the building and these striking curves that define the major public spaces of the building. Up front, we've got the largest curve defining the lobby, and then on the left and right, the curves defining the major rehearsal spaces within the building. Next slide, please. This is the west elevation. We're looking at below the drive aisle that goes under the building. I do want to emphasize there's no parking under the building. This is simply a drive aisle. We've opened this up since since our informational presentation. So much less claustrophobic, much more open, and just really having this building sit on these pilotis. We've introduced some blue columns to incorporate branding and color into the building as well. Next slide, please. Here we've got the vehicular approach from the northwest on Curtis Court. This would be the view of incoming parents, students, as they drive from Ingersoll to the parking or to the drive aisle underneath the building. We've got the curved element over the entrance to that drive aisle that mimics the curves from the front of the building, so that we're carrying the design throughout all four faces of the building. Next slide, please. Here we've got the north elevation. We're raised up a little bit just to get a better view. In the center, straight across from the camera, we see an outdoor patio space raised up on the second floor level, also with a curved lattice above. On the left, between the trees, we've got the loading dock and drive aisle for that. We were very conscious of the existing trees here on Curtis Court and locating that drive aisle for the loading between the trees so that we could preserve as many trees as possible. We're also, as Kevin had indicated, creating some really nice, quiet public pedestrian areas on the side of the building. Next slide, please. Just another view looking the other direction on Curtis Court here, looking at the east elevation. Another change from our informational meeting. On the east facade, we have raised up the center section of the curve to make the curve more exuberant, make the building feel overall more reaching up to the sky, a lot more of celebrating the lightness of these curves. Next slide, please. Just looking at the east elevation, the clear story formed by that raised curve in the center. And I do want to point out that we've got 5 columns, 5 bays here to represent the 5 lines of the music staff throughout the building as well. Next slide. Last view here from the southeast. This would be another vehicular view, the other first impression that westbound traffic would get. Next slide. And just looking at the pedestrian plaza formed in front of the building, continuous transparency, indoor, outdoor, a lot of color, a lot of planting here, and just a really nice pedestrian terraced area on the East Washington facade. Next slide. And then lastly, I just wanted to show the nighttime view, just to show the way that the color and the playfulness of the interior of the building is being celebrated on the exterior as well, with all the transparency that we're providing. So thank you. I will be transitioning to Brian.
Thanks, Drew. I'm Brian Hearn, the project architect with Strang. You can advance the next slide, please. We wanted to provide, just for reference, an interior view of the central commons space. This would be directly adjacent to East Washington Avenue. It'll be a double height space with a central stair. We're looking for ways to utilize WISO's brand colors. In this case, we're proposing a steel painted handrail. This view also is starting to develop some lighting concepts and interior materials that will be visible from the exterior of the building. Next slide. This is an interior view of the top of the common stairs. We're looking for ways to incorporate murals and different type of interior design solutions to help activate the space. And provide visual interest from East Washington Avenue. Next slide, please. Just by comparison, we also wanted to provide the 4 elevations of the building, much of which was described in the perspective views, but by comparison, the top view is the south elevation along East Washington Avenue. The bottom drawing is the north elevation. As you can see, the strong curvilinear forms carry through the building to the north side. Also want to just briefly touch on the exterior material palette. There will be areas of, excuse me, standing seam metal roof that'll be visible from the street approach. We are using WISO brand colors for accents, for architectural steel elements that support the roof edge on the east and west facades of the building. The fascia material will be a rich wood tone material. The building base is a stone veneer, a limestone veneer. And the upper second floor walls generally will be a flat seam tiled metal panel material. Next slide, please. This is by comparison the east and west elevation. The west elevation is the drive-through canopy. As you can see, the stone material carries through each side of the building. The upper walls will be the flat seam metal panel, and you can identify areas where there will be visible flat seam metal roof. Next slide, please. And we also wanted to provide for reference the floor plan. The main entry to the building is along the east-west axis at East Washington Avenue into the first floor commons. There's also a secondary access from Curtis Court that we have added to the project that will be through a vestibule into a kind of central space adjacent to the administrative offices for the project.
Sorry, Brian, that's all the time that's available. Let's see, has Bridget joined us? She was registered to speak.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Bridget Fraser, Executive Director for the Wisconsin Youth Symphony Orchestras. And I just want to give you just a brief overview of the program. Currently, a 55-year-old organization serving approximately 450 young musicians, engaging them in a variety of ways, including 3 full orchestras, 2 string orchestras, a chamber music program, a harp program, percussion ensemble, brass choir, and the WISO Music Makers program, which provides instruments, private lessons, and group classes for kids who may not ever have held an instrument. We subsidize our program costs by 70 to 90% for any child, so that any student who wants to participate can do so. The impact of the WISO program is felt locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. Our 5,000 plus alumni hold seats in major orchestras around the world. They are teachers, public and private sector professionals, scientists, doctors, nurses, administrators, homemakers. Our artistic staff comes from the ranks of schools, professional, and community orchestras. And a fully professional administrative staff will support the operations of our programming and facility needs. Speaking of operations, our hours of operation will be during the weekdays, approximately 4 to 8 p.m. And on the weekends, approximately 8 to 5 p.m. We will be considering additional expanded programming for our needs during the week. And there will be the occasional small recital, concert, or special event scheduled accordingly. WISO is thrilled to be part of this diverse community. We're thrilled to find a new home and be part of a new neighborhood and the burgeoning arts community on East Washington Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see also we had Jeff Reinecke registered to speak in support.
Jeff, you should have,
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. My wife, Karen Banizak, cannot be here tonight because of other matters, but she and I have talked about this. We've been to all the meetings. We agreed, we talked about it among ourselves, so I feel on this issue I can kind of speak for her if you allow me to. I'm careful not to usually, but I think I can here. Very briefly, we support the plan. We like the plan. We welcome them to the neighborhood. But I only have 3 minutes, so let me go into a point that we feel of some concern here. And we met about a month ago, I think, with Bridget and another woman in the parking lot, about 8 neighbors and Bridget and another woman. And we talked over the landscaping and we're pretty much in agreement with everything. One of the issues is that, to just repeat from the meeting, that the parking lot should be sloped in such a way that the rainwater runs off and flows into Curtis. That way, the trees there, like we planted lindens there about 35 years ago in the city, all the trees are in Curtis will get that rainwater from the parking lot and help nourish them and help them thrive. At that meeting a month ago, the 2 women said that made perfect sense to them. And let me see, I'm looking at my notes here. About in the fall earlier, scooter therapy down on Curtis is being redeveloped for a 2-story apartment building. And Karen and I went around Curtis in the neighborhood. We got 29 people to sign a petition. And all 29 people said, yes, save trees. And yes, keep the night lighting dim to preserve night darkness for sleep, so we sleep well. A lot of people have their bedrooms in those houses on Curtis. The women at the meeting understood that. And lastly, my third point, if I can, is that in the northeast corner of the parking lot, in the back of the parking lot, there's a very small little park. It's about 12 by 12 feet with some trees and a bench there. And at our meeting a month ago, we were told that only one tree could be saved. That the other 3 or 4 would have to be taken out. And my wife is very smart about trees. With the help of the city, we put those trees at the lindens in about 35 years ago, and she's been in touch with the forestry department often about the trees in our neighborhood. And Karen feels strongly that 2 trees are healthy in that little park, and that 2 trees can be saved. And so we ask WISO to please reconsider and do everything they can to save those two trees, not just one. And look at my notes here quickly. And lastly, just to repeat, I think Bridget was there, but this little bench is a memorial that the Zach family put in there about 30 years ago when they owned the Avenue Bar. And it was a memorial of 2 of the elders on that court who are no longer here. There's a little metal plaque on the bench that honors these women who are elders in our history and our culture. And we were told that the metal plaque can be saved, bench is wearing out, a new bench will replace the present bench, and they'll save the metal plate honoring those 2 women. And that's perfectly fine with us. That makes, we're totally in agreement with that. And I think
is that it then? Anything else? You're over 4 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it. I'm all done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think that covers all of the registered speakers, in which case we can open it up to the commission for additional questions to the presenters or comments, and ultimately a motion. And if you'd like, you can request Kevin bring up any of the images that you may want to use as reference. Oh, I see your hand this time, Rafiq. Go ahead, please.
I literally was moving it so that it's on the white part of the wall.
I know. Thank you.
I like this project. I like the uniqueness of the design. It's still some elements that I'm struggling with, and that's mainly the materiality. Something's just not gelling. It's, you know, when you look at the precedents and you look at the instrumentation and you look at the music notes and the lines, you feel this open, airy, light concept, but then the building is still appears to be somewhat heavy. And I think it's not due to the massing. I think it's due to material selection, and I'm not sure. So I definitely want to get some other opinions on there. One of the things that, you know, even in some of the renderings, the interior renderings, it looks kind of dark, and I don't know if that's because of, I don't know. I just feel like something about it it's just really heavy, and when the curves want to portray lightness and fluidity and things like that, and I don't know, I just get this, I think that the material can be used. I'm not saying change the material, but the way that they're used could probably be a little bit more, I don't know what it is. And I struggle with some of the columns. I know that, I don't know if they're just because they're too offset from the exterior face of the wall on that side to where it looks like it's not supporting it. If you look at the elevation from East Washington, I get what it's trying to do. I don't know. Something's just a little off with me. I think this is one of the more successful images because the rendering shows just a whole lot of sunlight, so it's lighter and it just doesn't feel as big and heavy, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh.
Okay. Okay, Lois, and then Jessica.
Thank you. I agree with Rafiq. I think, when it was presented as, the cello and you see these fine edges, it's a very thin wood, and it might be the heaviness of those forms. I'm wondering if it would be, more successful to see if you could taper or knife edge the edge of the roof line coming around, because it's kind of weighty right now. And I sense the same thing Rafika is trying to describe too, that heaviness. And I'm not sure if it's a lighter base with the darker material on top. The columns that are supporting the roof line, I'm not sure if those are really bearing any structure, but they, again, if we're tying it back to an instrument, there's a lightness that I'm not seeing there. And, maybe there's something that could be done to help lighten that, rather than, have this mass that is now supporting another huge mass of the roof line. It could be that the stone on the east side that datum really comes up pretty far, and I'm not sure if maybe it will, again, it's this bulk, maybe taper that down a little bit. So those are my recommendations. I also just wanted to get a sense from the architect. Are there any concerns about the added traffic on Curtis Court? Because it appears that folks dropping off their children are going to be coming up Curtis Court off at Ingersoll and then through and then discharging onto East Washington. And I just wanted to see if there was any concerns about that as well. That's my comment. Thank you.
We'll I guess let the team decide which one would want to respond to that. Is that Brian?
Drew here from Strang.
Drew,
I can
okay.
respond. I can
Go ahead.
respond first, and maybe Kevin can jump in as well. Basically, we've worked with city engineering to minimize the impact as much as possible. By doing so, directing all traffic onto Ingersoll from the light at East Wash and Ingersoll, and then minimizing the through traffic on Curtis Court by directing the traffic under the building. We do also have the 1138 satellite parking lot further to the east of the building, which is remaining unchanged. It's currently the parking for the Avenue Bar. So there's staff parking there as well, and some ability for the parents to do drop off there. And then we've got a pedestrian entrance really right in the image that we're looking at, right in the center. There's a second pedestrian entrance on East Washington. So we feel that we've distributed the traffic to the ends of Curtis Court, and that we're not having through traffic on Curtis Court, which is the best we could hope for, I think.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Jessica?
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback with Lois and Rafiq on the curves. When you look at the elevations, the ends of the curves all chop off at the it looks like they chop off on the same plane, when all of the images that you showed of curves like hills and so on, things taper, or they don't end at the same spot. And I wonder if that might help with just the organic feel of it also, as well as the lightness of those curved wood elements. So if you go to, could we look at the elevation facing Curtis Court, please? Yeah, that one. So a couple things. I think Rafiq has a point about this feeling dark, and since Curtis Court is facing small houses, I wonder if this would be a lot of darkness facing that, and if that's just maybe something to think about. Anyway, then could we turn 90 degrees and go either one end or the other of the building? When you have a straight up image like that, it's hard to see that there are any curves. And I just question if you could, those curvaceous elements, they're so unique. If they could curve out also along the sides, rather along with going up and down, but going in and out as well. So you have curves going all the way around the building, because this elevation looks very different than the front one. And then I had one more comment, and I totally forgot what it was. Never mind then.
Okay, well, if you think of it again, we'll lower your hand, but then you can re-raise it if it comes to you. Rafiq.
Yeah, I agree with Jessica with the organicness of the curves. I had two questions. What's the depth of those brown roof elements, curved roof elements? How deep are they in height?
Oh, you mean like the fascia?
Yeah, how tall are they?
Yeah, we can get Brian or Drew to give us an approximation.
During the planning stages, we're anticipating about 2'4" to 2'6", depending on the structural depth and required insulation and the overall thickness of all the components. So we're in still in the development process now to determine the structural thickness, which will really be the kind of driver for that. But we wanted to provide us with enough depth to handle the long spans that we're proposing.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm not saying what the numbers should be, but I know if I look at the brown one and then I look at the trellis one on the opposite side, just the thickness of that one looks so much more elegant. The white one there,
the lower one, you mean?
Yeah, it looks so much more elegant because it's not so. It's the color and the thickness. So you have this big wooden timber-like structure that's so massive and heavy, and then you have the thickness on it. And then my last question is, have you guys looked at screening the loading area or any type of vegetation, or I don't know how often it's going to be used, but it does face residential stuff, right?
We could look at the landscape plan. It does show more landscape. The rendering doesn't quite capture all of that. And I think we've got, can Rebecca jump in and maybe comment on the screening there?
I can fill in for Rebecca there if she's having troubles getting on. But yeah, Rafiq, I'd agree. I think we can work on that, or I can pass that along to Rebecca and see if we can maybe get some more substantial screening, maybe winter interest, evergreen screening, see what we can do there. We are pretty tight to the setback, as you can tell. So, but understand that anybody that does back up off of Curtis and unload is very close to Curtis. So.
Thanks, Kevin. This is Rebecca. I was just waiting to get unmuted by the organizer. I think everything that Kevin said is valid and accurate. I think that this back area, we're balancing some views into the site and trying to make it feel a little bit more residential in scale and nature. The big mature lindens along Curtis Court do a very nice job of sort of filtering some of those views in. And we also have a 10-foot wide MG&E easement that we're working with that we can't plant any trees in. So that's limiting us to sort of keeping those large trees along Curtis Court, which was always the intention of the project, and then adding some additional screening closer to the building with some multi-stemmed ornamental trees.
Okay, yeah, I'm not a landscape architect, so I know nothing about what those trees look like, mean, or do. So I usually just skip over this page. But when I look at the rendering, I see how it's just right there. So yeah, okay. As long as it's addressed and it's not just an open, loading space that's right in front of somebody's front door.
Yeah, and the loading space, I don't know if Bridget or Melissa could comment on it. I think that the intent is that this is relatively infrequent loading and unloading. It's not going to be sort of your restaurant unloading and loading delivery schedule.
Correct.
That's correct, Rebecca. Go ahead, Bridget.
No, I was just going to say that loading areas very infrequently used for our current operations, maybe a few times a year, perhaps for catering, but yeah, it's not a daily, certainly not a daily or even a weekly event.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, could you go back to one of the perspective drawings, street Washington? Yeah, that's good right there. I think just to add to what the last three commissioners said about the heaviness and the compression, I really think that if the fascia was just maybe not all in one plane, if it's 2'6" or whatever it's going to be, if it was broken to two or three different planes where it kind of stepped as it ended its cantilever, I think that could really go a long way in making it feel a lot lighter versus just a real deep cross section. And then you're trying to make things flowing and light, and those blue columns tell me that the thing is so doggone heavy that they can't even, it's so heavy they can't even stand vertical. I mean, it almost looks like they're straining under the weight of this soffit. And so, I question if that is also contributing to some of the heaviness. And then, of course, the rusticated base is a kind of a 19th century motif for really, saying strong compression, impenetrable. And that's kind of what the limestone or the smooth brick tells me. It's kind of a throwback to the rusticated base. So I don't think it's anything fundamental in the design. I think it may be just maybe a little bit too much in materials and elements, and a little bit more refinement would get you there. You have your hand raised, Jessica.
Yep, I remembered what it was. If we could go to slide 21, I think you might be on the same presentation I am, Kevin. It's a view of East Wash, a rendering. Kind of at nighttime, maybe early evening. That one. So I love the images that you submitted about materiality and the kind of landscape that we're in here in South Central Wisconsin. So the stone, that variegated stone, has such a nice soft quality and a rough texture to it. So to see it go up in a curve on the right-hand side of this rendering, just it kind of goes against how stone seems to work in nature. It would never be in a just smooth cut off curve like that. And I think the rhythm on your mullions and your window treatment is working so nicely. That reminds me of the rhythm you were talking about in music. And I just wonder if the stone shouldn't step down in steps instead of going with a curve like that, because that gets away from the real essence of that material, which I think is such a beautiful idea. That was it. Thanks.
Thanks. I assume you were calling on me, Cliff. I didn't hear. I just saw you unmute me.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was muted. I did unmute you though. Please go ahead.
All right, thanks. So I just wanted to follow up and ask the architect, are those columns, are they structural in nature at all, or are they decorative? Because I agree. I was trying to put my finger on what it was about those, and I think it is. It's back to that weightiness. And so I guess my question is, are they decorative or actual structure?
Yeah, so they are structural. I don't know that they're required. We're using them as structural forms, but they really started as a gesture and have been utilized structurally. And the angle is really kind of coming from instruments. You might think of like the shoulder of a harp. So kind of catching the edge of the roof as the angled front of a harp would catch the vertical bar at the top.
Yeah, I think that I think of that as a really delicate thing, and this it's lost that delicate interpretation, I think, with this. Because now it has the extruded base holding it up too. That just kind of makes it feel weighty.
Okay. Let's see. Christian Harper.
Okay, I guess I'll weigh in as the non-architect on some of these issues that have been discussed. I agree with most of my fellow commissioners that I feel that those curves are too thick, from top to bottom, and that by, if there was some way to, take a quarter or a third of that off, it would go a long way. I don't have a problem with the shapes of the curves themselves, but I do feel they seem thick and thus heavy. The columns, whether or not they're structural, I think of those not being there, and I think it takes away. I like the fact that those are sort of representing, the strings or the frets of a musical instrument. And I like the fact that they're introducing some color. It appears from some of the material we got that it's a darker blue than it appears in this rendering, which I actually like the lighter blue myself. As far as the columns, both in this view and over on the loading dock area, I guess I would point out to everybody that there's plantings all along the side of the building here and along the columns on the loading dock. Those columns are all going to be wrapped with climbing honeysuckle. So there's going to be leaves and flowers on those things. And the columns on this side, each of them are fronted by an individual columnar arborvitae, along with in between those grasses and other perennials and stuff. So I think that'll take away a lot of the seeming mass of the stonework along the bottom there. And on the other side of the building, alongside the vines that are going to go around the columns by the loading dock area there are plantings, columnar birches, and other stuff along that stretch. So I think, the addition of all of those plant elements would alleviate some of the concerns about heaviness and stuff. But I do agree that these curves would be much improved if they were thinner from top to bottom, and not necessarily a huge amount, but like I say, a quarter or a third. As long as I'm on here, I guess I'll weigh in on some of the other landscaping issues. There's a lot of nice stuff going on here. There's a couple particular individual plant choices that I would recommend before this was, go to final. But there's a lot to like here, and the part facing Curtis Court, it looks like they've gone a long way to preserve what they can, and the bench for the neighborhood. And we rarely see plantings where, there's a nod to ephemeral spring plants that are only there for a little while, Virginia bluebells and stuff, and they come up and look beautiful and then disappear. And it's nice to see something like that end up in a planting for a building. I guess that's all I have to say. I really like this building. I mean, compared to almost everything else that's gone along East Washington, this is strikingly different and unique, and it's exciting to see. But I agree with everybody else that a few refinements could really take it to the next level.
Okay, thank you. Rafiq, and then Tom.
Yeah, okay. This is my last comments, I promise. And I think I'm commenting so much because I really do like this building, and it's so different from every other metal panel building that we see going up. So I really want it to be at its best. And I think if we can go to any elevation, well, yeah, this works as a perspective, but maybe with the curves, another thing that might make it appear not to be so thick is if when it ended at a 90-degree angle and not perpendicular to the ground, if that makes any sense. You're cutting each one of them so that the edge is straight perpendicular to the ground instead of being 90 degrees to the top or the bottom. And it kind of makes it look, I think what Jessica was talking about, it doesn't look as organic because it's like you're cutting it all off in a single plane. And then I do like the addition of the metal columns or the I-beams or whatever. I can't really tell what they are, but the blue. But then when you get to the base is so tall, the base has to be at least a story or more. And then it's so much thicker that it might be successful if you just bored that one metal column all the way down without that bulky base. And then my last suggestion maybe is to examine how would this be if you flip the materials and had the darker on the bottom and brought it down to a reasonable base height and then just had the lighter at the top. But I think having your base be so tall and the type of material that you're choosing for your base also makes it feel like this is a lot bulkier of a structure. That's it.
Or just having one masonry material instead of two.
Yeah, that too.
You don't have the base. Okay, let's see.
We do only have one masonry material.
Oh, one masonry color then.
It's just one limestone and then the metal panel above.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was brick masonry.
Yeah, we could go back to the materials slide. It's on the elevations.
Okay, well then I think what Rafiq said was, yeah, excuse me for mistaking that for brick, a dark green brick.
No, yeah, I thought it was dark stone too. Even though I saw this, I still it reads as yeah.
Yeah, and while we're here, I think maybe the renderings are not representing the metal panel in its best light. But we do see on this slide a lot of variation from nearly silver to quite a dark bronze. And it's really meant to pick up on a lot of variation, a lot of reflectiveness in this panel. It's very, very glossy. And we want to pick up on those metals of the orchestra as well as the woods.
So, and I'm glad you brought this image up because I was noticing how I really like the wood and the flat seam metal panel and the stone. They're all really earthy materials. And then that copper color standing roof, I've seen that metal color before and it never tarnishes. It's always like a brand new penny. And to me, it just seems like if it was a bronze or, if it's not going to be copper, if it was a bronze or a mottled zinc or something like that, I think it could be in real life, a little bit more true to the rest of your material palette. I'm sorry for interrupting, Rafiq.
No, I was gonna say, now that we're looking at this, now I struggle with the roof versus the wood. With the wood, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we always look at the renderings as that's what it's going to look like. That's the closest thing it's going to look like, and so we might overlook, something like this. But now that I'm looking at this, I think you have to just revisit your material selection and placement, because it's not a bad building. It's a nice building. I think it's I love the curves. It breaks up the different things. Like, I see the top one where that inset second story, I think there's a balcony or some type of outdoor patio there. I see that being a different material because it's different from every other form of the front. But then when we get around the other sides, I just don't know that needs to carry around. You can just have one material that goes up if you're going to do the limestone or something that doesn't make it seem like something supporting something else that's also dark and strong.
Okay, Tom's been really patient. We'll see if he can make a contribution here.
How rare. No, actually, I'm going to be agnostic on the curves. I like this building very much. I did not have quite the same reaction listening to our own comments. The heaviness is a question. I guess I would like to see some alternatives. It does occur to me that the one long curve on East Washington Avenue at the lower level may need the weight and strength of the heaviness, or at least something close to it. But perhaps maybe there's a difference in weight of the higher curves to the lower, but I'll leave that all to the architects. What my real question has to do with is trees. And that is, and maybe this is Kevin Furchow can confirm or deny, that the East Washington Corridor Plan, at least initially, called for a double LA of street trees in front of properties. And I'm not sure how far down East Washington, but this particular landscape plan doesn't show anything, I think, other than the existing trees, and is quite barren in front of the building. Does that the double LA idea still exist? Is it still enforced? Does it apply to this property? So I guess that's a question for Kevin.
Or I can answer that question.
Or Rebecca, thank you.
Yes, of course. If you could go to I think it's slide 12. Perhaps. The long and the short of it is there is a double LA of trees. It's not well represented necessarily in the architectural renderings, but if you zoom into that south face of the building, you'll see that there are 6 trees on the private property side between the building and East Washington Avenue, the 6th sort of being off of the southwest corner. And the trees that are sort of toward the center of the building are lower because East Washington is required as a fire department access lane for this particular project. And so while we're paying homage to the notion of the double LA of trees, we aren't able to put in large canopy trees along that southern side. So we've increased the quantity over what was required in order to really, provide some of that visual interest in that buffer between the building and the street. But there are definitely trees, and that's definitely still kind of a precedent that we're following here.
Okay, just to clarify, it is the fire department again that is essentially prohibiting the larger canopy trees out along East Washington. I think we've heard that before, but I just want to confirm that's our issue.
Correct. Yeah. Kevin Yeska at JSD worked really closely with Bill Sullivan and had to do sort of a cross-section diagram that showed, based on a fire truck parking on the East Washington Avenue drive lane and the angle of the truck and the specific type of truck to reach the building, how high could those trees be? And I think the maximum height was about 17. So, not only are we limited in height, but that also ends up limiting the species selection a bit. So,
okay, well, thank you for clarifying.
Of course.
The reason I do bring it up because for most commissioners may know, but that idea of the double LA of trees was actually one of Dick Wagner's major contributions to the East Washington Corridor Plan. It was one of his pet issues. And so I just wanted to checking on it. So in honor of him. Thank you.
Okay.
Understood. And it's definitely still here within some of the constraints that we have.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Now, I know some of you are formulating a motion in your head. I can just see the wheels turning. But before anybody raises their hand, I would like to direct your attention also to the staff report, because with a motion for either initial or final approval, Kevin's going to want us to make a finding that the building conforms with the spirit of the height and setbacks in this particular district. Strictly, I think by the letter of the law, there may be a little question about it, but I believe the staff is comfortable with it if we're comfortable with it. For example, a minimum two-story requirement at 20 feet. Well, the building maybe not 2 stories right on the sidewalk, but certainly it's 20 feet. And then there's a 17-foot setback instead of a 15-foot setback. So I think these are kind of technicalities, but we should make sure that they are addressed so that there's no complication for the applicant going forward. Okay, Rafiq.
They're seeking initial approval?
Let's see here.
The initial final is the request.
Yeah, initial final.
I would make a motion for initial approval. I looked at the staff report, and I think that hopefully everybody else would agree that the height is not a problem. It's a big. It looks like a big building, regardless. That's what we're talking about here, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that the height is fine, and I think the setbacks are okay. I would just say that I would make a motion for initial approval with the suggestion that they revisit their material selections and how they are applied for final approval, before final approval.
Okay, is that a second, Lois? Yep, second. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Certainly, there was a lot of comments and some pretty consistent themes. So I don't know that the motion needs to go through each and every comment that we made. Those will be part of the record. So if there's no further discussion on the motion, then by unanimous consent, you have initial approval. It's a very nice project. We're excited about it. But we, like Rafiq said, we just want it to be the best that it can be. So thank you very much for your patience. Okay, Craig, you're up. We're on to item number 3 at Hilldale.
Thanks, Cliff. So Julie, do you want to do an introduction for the speakers, please? Or Kevin?
Yes. Registered to speak in support is Brian Munson, Christopher Boyce, Brian Bernstein, and available to answer questions is Scott Anderson.
All right. Mr. Munson, are you available to kick us off?
I am. Actually, if we could have Chris kick off the intro, I will step in part of the way through.
Sounds good. And as just a reminder, let's try to stick with our 3 minutes per speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay, this is Chris Boyce speaking, if everybody can hear me, with WS Development. I think as the staff letter noted, and we wanted to remind people today that we're here for our initial and final approval of our general development plan for the Hilldale Shopping Center. Much of what you're going to see tonight is going to be similar to the plans that we discussed and presented in September. And Brian Munson, in just about 3 minutes, will outline some of the changes that the team has incorporated to our site plan after listening to the comments from our last presentation. So while this phase of growth at Hilldale, you can go to the next slide. Sorry, is that Craig moving it? Thanks so much. You can go to the next slide as well. We'll just kind of keep moving through here. While this next phase of growth, I think is clear, introduces a more urban plan with increased verticality and a new mix of uses. It still remains focused on continuing a safe pedestrian-oriented environment. So phase 3 in the blue there is the old BMO office building. It's a clear pedestrian connection from Price Place and the existing Hilldale as we move south on the property. You can go to the next slide. While we're only in the GDP phase, for our submission now. Thanks so much. There's a lot of work left to do, clearly, before we come back with more detailed plans during the SIP process. We did just want to take a moment to show some of the other WS development projects from across the country that have really informed our vision in a lot of ways for this phase in Madison. All of these precedents are WS-owned properties that have taught us the benefits of community-oriented programming or shown us how valuable large, publicly accessible open spaces or plazas can be. Looking at the street in Chestnut Hill with kind of a small green space, constantly used for gathering. Hilldale, which people know well. Our Seaport property continues to have public and local markets. You go to the next slide. So these images really start to show us that fitness uses, public concerts, winter skating rinks, or local markets that serve a community through all seasons also create a place that people really want to gather and spend time. So in the upper left there, you're looking at Market Street and Linfield. That's a much larger green, kind of the scale and size that we're proposing in Madison. And it's used through every season of the year. Hyde Park Village, which is in Tampa, Florida, is on the bottom left there. Has shown us that local markets and pedestrian-oriented, pedestrian-focused streetscapes not only really bring people together, but they offer a variety of spaces that small businesses can really utilize to find new customers when they aren't in our brick and mortar environment. So our vision for this next phase, you can go to the next slide, Craig. Our vision for the next phase of Hilldale have been informed by projects and spaces, not just that we've built and created and learned from, but all around the world. That'll pop up in a second. This slide is kind of showing some inspirations and precedents that have been, I guess, more specifically inspiring to us, whether it's the large piazzas with a variety of solutions for shade or filtered light, or recessed public spaces that offer opportunities for seating in a more intimate sense of space, or showing us how these markets can be laid out, have all started to inform the design team. You can go to the next slide. Brian Munson, as I mentioned, is going to walk us through some updates to the site plan and our creation of space. But the plan that you're seeing now should look familiar from September. We've continued to kind of focus on our built form and the spaces even between the buildings. The mix of uses we're proposing today remains the same as September, with small shop retail repurposing the theater and facing south. Mixed use above, which could be hotel, residential, office, over the 200 and 300 buildings of retail that line our plaza, and a residential multifamily building that lines Vernon Street with its primary entrance off of Vernon Street itself. Vernon Street will also be greeted by this building's active amenity space. So Brian Munson will now kind of really speak to some of the more specific changes we've been making.
Thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. So again, as Chris kind of presented the site plan, you can still see how the stacking works within the building, within the proposed sites. Next slide, please. And we continue to really develop the character of the spaces, recognizing that, again, we're at the general development plan stage. And a lot of this will be coming back for further detail and discussion in the SIPs. Next slide, please. And again, turning and looking from Vernon Boulevard towards the site a little bit, you can start to see, again, the idea that this really does have articulation all the way around. Our goal is to make this four-sided in every direction and really open up opportunities to recast this site from a suburban nature to a much more urban and vibrant environment. Next slide, please. Just to talk a little briefly about some of the things we heard from informational and how we've incorporated that. A lot of this has to do with pedestrian connections and the opportunities to create some additional paths from Seago. Again, as we presented previously, there is some grade constraints there that we have to address. But what we've tried to do is incorporate 2 additional paths and walkways into the site and through it. So you can see coming just from the corner of Vernon and Seago, a walkway across the west side of the residential that will then come to the project and come back around. But then we've also created a second point mid-block where we have some open space cluster with potential for seating, bike parking as kind of a welcome pedestrian corridor right down, again, transitioning the grade and then down into the heart of the project, offering some additional connections out to Seago. We continue to have some of our vehicular circulation come around the west side of the project from both a fire access standpoint as well as distribution of parking. But wherever we can, we've been trying to kind of look very closely at those pedestrian realms and spaces and accent them. Another addition that we'll be looking at closely is the connection over to Macy's. So kind of north of the site along the walkway, trying to find ways for multiple path connections over to the existing Macy's sidewalk and really expand that connection point as well, so people can walk, whether they're coming from the stairs up to the west and down, or trying to get from Macy's to the south and in reverse. We're looking at opportunities to try to enhance that connection as well. The final piece in this is really the idea of bike parking, bike sharing being scattered throughout. These are just initial thoughts. Certainly when we get into the details, these will be much more placed in alignment with the entrances and approaches. But the idea is really to show that we do intend to have bike parking and bike share stations available throughout the project. Next slide, please. Another element that we're looking very closely on is the Heathercrest cross section. And as we mentioned before, currently this is a bus route, and the alternative on the left has been worked out with Metro as to a way to incorporate some on-street parking, create a streetscape that is welcoming for both pedestrian vehicles and bus traffic. But one of the alternatives that we're pursuing is alternate 2 here, showing how potentially it could be reorganized fairly similar to what's currently on site in the Price Place frontage to some perpendicular parking. This would be done only if the bus moves, which we understand is a possibility. But again, will be sorted out when we get a little bit further along in the design process based upon the BRT project. Next slide, please. And here you can see one of the things we really wanted to be very cognizant of is that the rearrangement of the street does not change the pedestrian environment. So this would happen through looking at the curb placement, the design of the streets, and the placement of travel lanes and on-street parking. And so again, the idea of this space is to celebrate the pedestrians, make sure we have a vibrant, permanent pedestrian corridor through here that really plays off of the plaza space and opens up the opportunity for additional uses. Next slide, please. And speaking of additional uses, we've already started to think about how could this be activated? And so this is just one concept of the idea that we really want to have the opportunity to close Heathercrest along the block and expand the plaza all the way out building to building. And so as we move into the SIP, some of the design work is going to be looking at how do we make that transitional street space both accommodating for vehicles, but at the same time become part of the pedestrian realm when we can close it off for tents or other gatherings, whether it's a farmer's market or art fairs or things such as that. So we're really excited about what this can be from a space standpoint, from utilization and activation of the project. Again, as Chris mentioned, we're at the general development plan stage, so very much the master planning stage. Each of these will be coming back with details, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to discuss those details with the committee at the SIP level stage. But again, we're here tonight to ask for initial and final so that we can move towards really the detailed development that can make the project sing. So I think with that, we also have, as you heard, Brian Bernstein with Realm available to answer questions on the details of some of the open spaces. And then Scott Anderson with Snyder's Associates available to answer any of the details of the engineering pieces, of which there's a lot of complicated details that will have to come forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Julie, I don't believe there's any other public comment. Was that all for the public registered speakers?
That's all we have, yes.
Thank you. So there is a staff report very similar to when they presented the informational of the last time we saw this. So for the 2 different items we're looking for, approving body for what is in UDD District 6, as well as advisory body for the PD request. Kevin, anything else that you wanted to mention on this as far as the staff report or other items?
No, not at this time, but certainly happy to answer any questions if they come up.
Comments, questions from the commissioners? deep into thought here, everybody. See if we can get something. See if we can get some eye contact from somebody that will call in. Christopher, thank you.
I was just curious. I was looking at some of the before and afters, and I hate to make this auto-centric, but it seems like in the development as it's envisioned, a lot of parking disappeared, and I just wondered if you could address the loss of existing versus creation of new. The area between the two buildings, the hotel and the future apartments to the south is a big parking lot, but I'm assuming that that is mostly dedicated to those two buildings. I'm worried that in an area where it seems like a big part of it is drawing people in, not just from the neighborhood, but from around the city, for events in this, what looks to be potentially a really beautiful space, is where people are going to park. And the fact that you're addressing through that Heather Crest area, parking scenarios, whether they be perpendicular or parallel. The one seemed to me to buy like 8 more spaces would be sort of a little indicator that parking spaces are prime, and maximizing them is going to be important. But anyway, just general comments on the parking issue.
Sure, I can answer that, and then Chris, you can jump in. Effectively, we are drastically reducing the parking that's on this site, and that's done intentionally. We want to really, open up the plaza space as an urban environment, with the parking really being focused on the surroundings. We have looked at, obviously, there continues to be the parking lot west of Macy's, which hopefully someday will be a future redevelopment. But then we have the parking decks between Price Place and Midvale, and in looking at the utilization of those decks, we're confident that even though we're reducing the overall amount of parking on this site, that the balance will work for the entire shopping center. In terms of the parking on Heather Crest, that's something we've learned over the years from operation on Price Place, and I guess I'll admit as to being guilty of this as well, and that is the perception of proximity to doors matters. So, in looking at, yes, could be the opportunity to pick up some additional parking with the perpendicular configuration. It's largely trying to maximize that proximity to and visibility to the entrances, but recognizing that simply the parking on Heather Crest won't suffice for serving the needs of the entire project. So, again, the balance, we're comfortable with reducing the overall parking delivery on the site, even as we are bringing in significant reinvestment and more uses on the site. But we think that between the users of the mixed use buildings, the streets that connect through here, and the other existing parking, there'll be more than enough. One thing I'd also note is that the multifamily project really will function off of Vernon Boulevard with underground parking. Otherwise, everything else will be tied to the existing parking and the surface parking on the uses.
Any other questions, Christian?
No, that was the main thing I wanted to inquire about.
Ryan, just while you're talking about that, because that was one of the questions I was going to have, so just continuing on. So just confirm the multifamily will have its own dedicated parking, but they will not be sharing parking or surface with commercial or retail space?
That is correct. The multifamily building on Vernon is intended to park within its parcel. The mixed use buildings will use the surface parking that's adjacent.
And by parcel, is it dedicated? I see the, between Price and Seago, there's surface lots. Is that dedicated residential surface, or are you saying it's dedicated underground, like private parking?
So the multifamily will have underground private parking, and then all what you see on this graphic, all the surface parking would not be affiliated with the multifamily use. That would be more associated with the mixed use, and there could be potential for the hotel or residential uses. Again, within the general development plan, we're trying to allow some flexibility of what the upper floor uses could be on the 200, 300 building to allow some exploration. Our preferences for a hotel, but at this stage, we wanted to maintain some flexibility so that those could be office or residential. But in all scenarios, that building would be using shared parking on the surface lots or directed over to the existing ramps.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for clarifying that. Any comments from anybody else? Any other motions or follow-ups on comments from last time we had the presentation? I know not all the commissioners were here that commented last time. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Just a quick question following up on that parking issue. Now that I understand that the 200 and 300 and 400 buildings would all be using surface parking, and Brian, you're saying that between what's shown here in the GDP and apparently existing capacity within the ramps on the site, that you think it will be covered. However, if you get a hotel in, say, this building 300, what if the parking does exceed the surface capacity? Is there a thought somewhere of where you could put ramped parking on any of the available spaces remaining on this site, which aren't many? But have you thought of that possible eventuality? And if so, where might that go?
We have, again, as we mentioned, this is kind of phase 3 of what will be not the last phase. You can see on this graphic, the future Macy's, the lot that's west of Macy's. We do see that as a future redevelopment site. And as such, you will be analyzing the performance of this site. If it indeed there is a need for some additional ramp, there's the grade there that could work really well to tuck some parking underneath the buildings and really expand upon that. But one of the things we're trying to be cognizant of is just not to dedicate too much. We're really trying to move away from the surface parking model as we redevelop sites and really try to balance how much is dedicated to parking versus not. The final piece of that is also just being cognizant of the financial implications of underground parking within the buildings. We think it makes for a more viable project in this case to utilize the surface approach and lean on the existing parking. And we're confident that there's enough parking in the balance that as people tend to find their patterns of where they'll look first and move around the site, that with some wayfinding signage and the fact that all of the parking is available for any of the users to come and use, we're comfortable that there's going to be enough parking on site.
Okay, well, I just want to question whether you had thought out that future capacity issue. Thank you.
Tom, this is Chris Boyce from WS Development. Just to chime in there, I think the parking conversation is obviously a good one. We know that in the retail world, that visible and accessible parking is paramount. Part of the reason we're studying the Heather Crest extension in various configurations, but to kind of reiterate that the hotel we're targeting today is a smaller hotel, about 90 keys is what we're thinking. So we really viewed that as a shared parking scenario, that hotel visitors are also retail users, restaurant operators will share those spaces. But we are constantly learning about the center. We're constantly tracking the parking utilization, and we're studying with every tenant we bring in the opportunity for shared parking and shared analysis. So we feel confident with the ratio we have today. That's not to say that we're not always studying it and that we may evolve as time goes.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Jessica.
Yeah, I realize that we are not into the guts of the buildings yet, but I remain curious about the housing because I think to enliven this space and also to speak to the pedestrian access, the people living in that building could be a big part of the success of this space. So I'm curious about the multifamily residential, the size of those units and if the back of them is going to feel like, I guess, the side facing north, if I just wonder about more of a buffer there, that doesn't feel like they're looking at the back of a mall. So I'm just curious about that, because I think you have lovely images of the plaza and so on, but I'm hoping that this will be an affordable and equitable kind of place. So I'm really curious about that housing, and who could go in there and really keep this something for families, like it says. So thank you. That's my concern over in the housing.
Well, certainly.
Go ahead, Brian.
So I was just going to say, from a design sense, those are great comments. Certainly one of the things we're going to be looking at very closely is the design of this building, the placement within the lot, how that north face. We don't want that to be a back of house or feel like you're looking down on a loading dock kind of thing. So we're going to be looking at that closely in the SIP stage. But then also, how does it embrace the street? Because we really want this building to activate the street. We know there are some constraints in terms of ability to have entrances because of the flood issue on Vernon, and the change in grade that comes down there is something that we'll have to look at closely in the SIP. But those are good comments. We'll certainly look at that. And Chris, if you want to talk to the overall status of the design of the units, I think that would answer the rest of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Brian, you kind of covered a lot of it. It's a great question, and we're still studying the mix of units. So we don't have even a firm unit count yet. We know that we're in the range of over 100 and probably under 150. Unit sizes, we're really targeting predominantly 1 and 2 bedroom units. There'll be 3s at the corners and studios as well. But it's something we're certainly keeping an eye on the market and learning from the Madison market what's needed there. But the design study of that north facade is going to be important, as is the south facade of the what could be a hotel and retail base. We want that, as you mentioned, Jessica, not to feel like the back of a mall, but to feel like it's a real space in between these buildings as well, with bioretention basins and stormwater and a tree canopy. So that is going to lead to study on all aspects. The plaza is clearly our focus today as we go through the master plan and making sure that things are oriented around a centralized space, but all of these spaces are important to the success of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Tom, I see your hand is still raised, but I think you maybe just didn't lower it from before. Any other comments? Again, we're looking for recommendation advisory for the PD. Jessica.
I'm sorry, I can't let it go. I want to put in a big plug for housing for families and enough room for families and amenities for families. So that's a big part of this neighborhood already with the size of residences around this area. And that's a big concern to me. So I would hope that maybe you would consider bigger units than 1 and 2 bedrooms so that families could really be a part of this and enliven that this area. Thanks.
Thanks, Jessica. Any other comments? Lois.
Well, I guess I'm not sure what our motion would be if they're asking for like final approval of this plan, I'm assuming, and is it that's what I would make a motion for final approval of this PD, if that's appropriate wording.
I would just clarify it's approval of the general development plan portion of the PD.
Okay. Thank you. That's my motion.
You have a motion. Tom, is that a second? Any comments or discussion? Seeing no hands, by unanimous consent, we will have approval of the general development plan. Thank you very much for the presenters. And Cliff, I will hand it back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just on my way back to the West Wing here. Okay. Let's see, we're off to item number 4, 1824 South Park Street. A little grocery
Support is
store.
Eric Combe.
Hello, everybody. I have a second presentation here. Obviously, I think most of you are familiar with the location. You can go to the next slide. And of course, the current building as it looks today. You can go to the next slide. So getting into kind of some updates, the one change with the landscape plan was an addition of tree islands in the parking area, and that was per the UDD number 7 requirement. So that's the one landscape plan change. You can go to the next slide. The site plan is pretty much the same. So you can go to the next slide there. Exterior lighting, we did change the lighting on the south facade. Made sure that the lighting was shining kind of down into the parking lot. That was a comment from last time. With the light shining down, the center is dimmer. It still meets the requirement for lighting, but the center of the lot is a little bit dimmer than it was before. And then the walls on that south facade will shift probably due to how the design kind of lays out, and we can get to that next. So that's pretty much it for exterior lighting. You can go to the next slide. Black and white elevations, not too much going on here. You can go to the next slide. This will show the colored elevations and the materiality of it. So from the south side, that was kind of the biggest one. We added an addition of like a mosaic pattern relative to the brick. That was something that was discussed last time. The arch is now a prouder element, sticks out from the wall a little bit. Then there are the 5 windows along with that, and then a full brick versus the applied brick. It's going to be a full brick ledge now on the around the building. The east facade, the mosaic kind of went away in the fact that when you get to the front on the east facade there, the brick is actually the modular smaller brick pattern, but still the same proud arch from the wall, awnings, and then of course the patio, same color palette and everything like that. And then the west elevation is basically the back side of the building. Not a lot to see there, and not a lot will be seen. Right now we're kind of going through 2 different options as far as the materiality. Option 1, which is the one on the left, is the option that has been priced out. The main difference is that the glazed brick there is a little bit more pricey than the option 2 brick. Otherwise, they're pretty much the same colors, same ideas and everything. That's pretty much it there. I think you can go to the next slide. The last 2 slides, I think, are just the floor plans for reference. I want to keep this short and sweet and get to the comments, because I know Cliff likes it that way.
I do. 3 minutes, 32 seconds. Okay. This one we've seen fairly recently before. It should be fresh in your minds here. What do you think, commissioners? I'm still a little dismayed about the fake windows. What about you, Lois?
Yeah, I think this, when the before picture makes this, I think there's a lot going on here, and I really appreciate the revitalization of this building. I do prefer the how you've rendered it now. I should say the decorations on the exterior of the building, I think, are a little bit more I don't know, that there's a repetition that I like, and I like the vibrant colors. So I don't have many complaints. I do wish there were more windows, and that the windows that they have are real, but
they actually are, except for the two above the patio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
and I don't even know if those are necessary. I mean, maybe you could even just do, some other decorative elements similar to what you have on the side. I'm not sure that they really offer that much to that facade. Honestly, it's a small building. I don't think that you really need them. So that's my comments. I think it's a nice project, and I can see a lot of activity on that balcony or on that patio.
Let's see, we got Craig and then Tom and then Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. Yeah, I concur with Lois. I think you've done quite a lot with this building. When you talk about options and materials and what you would prefer and what you can't prefer with cost wise, that's where I go back on your east elevation or the street elevation. I think you've done enough with the front of that facade. It's not a big area. You have some good design elements in there. And I think sometimes we've said less is more. So taking away those faux or the false windows and just having a blank facade over the canopy or patio area, I think would just be fine. And if that allows you to do something else within your space, nicer railings, more plantings, something else, I think that would be money better spent for your business and maintain. As far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, I like what you've done with this building for revitalization.
Thank you. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. My question on the material palette on A201, I can't, where is at the top of the sort of option one items, that bright red, where is that material utilized and what is it? Is it that?
That is the standing seam metal. Yeah, that is the standing seam metal. It'll be that screening panel.
It's the screening panel for the roof.
Yeah, for the materials, and it'll also be the roof over the awnings and the patio and everything. So.
Okay, so it's standing seam metal and it's a roofing material basically,
Yep.
and it'll be those little porticos over the windows also that use that material.
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, and again, I'm agnostic about the two windows on the eastern facade. They're okay by me, and I live in this neighborhood, so I got to look at them. So it's fine. Thanks.
Okay, Christian.
I need clarification here on what windows are actual real windows and which ones are fake windows. The 5 on the south elevation, real or not?
Those are all real.
Those are real windows.
Yes.
And just the 2 over the patio on the east elevation, the Park Street elevation, those ones are faux windows?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any problem with those. I mean, if they went away, I think you'd have a big blank space there that would be, looking for something. So as far as, the continuity of a second, story look there, I think that's fine for them. And, the changes on this design from the one you came to us with initially, that south elevation, I love it. I mean, it's these type of colors and this type of design isn't everybody's cup of tea, but this is trying to go for a Mexican hacienda kind of look, and I love the brightness, the color, the repeating patterns. I think it's nice. I would go with the scarlet glazed brick on the bottom, just because I think you got bright colors going on everywhere else, and go along with it. So I this is such a vast improvement over the existing building, and hopefully it'll spur some other more fun and colorful designs in neighboring buildings that would possibly be renovated in the near future. I just want to point out the landscaping is a decent selection of plants, and I'm glad that you've found room for 2 small trees in the parking lot islands with some ornamental grass. You might want to bump those ornamental grasses from like 3 around each tree to maybe more like 5 or something. You're going to find those are kind of skimpy. The planters that you have out in front of the patio, you don't show any details on those. I don't know if those are constructed off-site and brought in. Don't shirk on those. I mean, those have the potential to really add to the front of the building if they're painted or dyed in complementary colors, and planted during the summer months with some really bright trailing sweet potato vines and trailing petunias and cannas and stuff like that is really going to make the front of this building look like, I'm not driving by and not pulling in there and checking it out and getting some food and stuff. I think it's really visually attractive, and like I said, it's kind of bright and gaudy, but I think it's supposed to be, and I give it a big thumbs up.
Thank you. Anyone else? One question I have, is there going to be any repainting the upper part of the north wall that's adjacent to the building next door?
Definitely. I'm sure there will be, because it's probably in the same condition as the rest of the walls. So
right. I mean, it doesn't need to have all the articulation on it, but you
right.
would think you'd want to have the new paint go all the way around,
Yep.
at least above the roof of your neighbor.
Yep.
And then before somebody makes a motion, I would just advocate for the terracotta colored metal roof and screen wall. I think, especially in the town where the Badgers play, I've seen more than my share of bright red metal panels. And I don't think that's what you're going after. Los Badgers. Okay, Lois.
Right, so I will make a motion for final approval, taking into account Christian's comments about the additional grasses, and that we are perfectly okay if you remove the fake windows, if you want to put more money toward enhancing the plants or garden areas. And going with the terracotta. I agree with that as well. Thank you.
Is that a second, Craig? Okay, second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, then you have final approval. Thank you very much. Good luck. We'll look forward to shopping there. Okay, 7 more to go, I think. Oh, 6, one's referred. Next one up is a plan development proposal. Jennifer Street. And while that's getting teed up, check out Kevin's staff report with the three options that we have to move this thing along.
And I will just, sorry, let me turn my video on. Chair, just wanted to let you know, there was, I don't know if other commissioners had it, but Julie and I both got kicked out of the meeting at the same time. So I'm back. Looks like Julie might be on her way back in, so I'm not sure.
Oh.
So give us a moment to recover and we'll get going here in just a moment.
Okay. So this one, really isn't, it's a PD, so it has to come before the Urban Design Commission, but I think you may agree that this type of subdivision in a residential neighborhood really isn't what the Urban Design Commission was created for. But technically we have to move it along. So if you were to review the three options that Kevin presented moving forward, and one option, well, all options still result in further review, and certainly by the Landmarks Commission all the way. There's no real design for us to consider right now. It's really about just granting the request for a property subdivision.
Oh, hey, sorry, it's Eric.
Yep, Kevin just needs a second to get the images up on the screen. Here we go. And you're certainly ready. You're certainly welcome to start anytime you'd like to.
Okay, great. I think my architect Matt Tills is here.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, this is Matt Tills. I'm the architect working with Eric on this project here, and I guess I don't really have too much to present. I think as you kind of illustrated there, really this is more sort of a lot subdivision. The intention really of this property is to take what was church and parsonage property and allow for an additional, a portion of that to be redesigned or redeveloped as a single family residence home is really the intention there. Part of this as a PD sort of process, and it does seem like kind of probably an overkill in terms of really sort of the scope of this project here, is really just to kind of give us some framework for how this could and should be sort of developed in the future. And really what we used is sort of the existing zoning as sort of the framework for how we kind of put together the PD language on this. And I guess I'd welcome, any further sort of discussion on how best to proceed on this. I will say, as we progressed over the last few weeks, in some conversations, we had some follow-up conversations with Tim Parks and zoning. There will likely be some modification to the little sort of on lot 2, how the rear lot line, which really was intended to give some some rear yard to lot 2 and still allow for sort of maximum development potential for lot 3. Zoning really would prefer that we have straight side lot lines, and so we are, we're kind of in further development talks with zoning in terms of whether we just continue lot 3 and basically further reduce the lot 2 rear lot, or lot 2 off of Ingersoll, pushes through and kind of reduces the size of the lot 3. I think in either case, it doesn't really affect the character of this and kind of the conditions and all of the sort of the conditions that UDC certainly is sort of considering on this. But those are elements that we are working with zoning and with the city staff on some final revisions as part of our and as well as with landmarks too. They've been in conversations on this as well. for how the final version of this is going to be in terms of the final lot lines and the configuration there.
Okay.
Does that make
thanks.
sense?
Yep. Anybody interested in helping staff move this along? Craig?
Very interested, Cliff. Very, very interested. So without further ado, I would like to just move this right along to the option number 2. Move for recommend approval with staff UDC secretary approval moving forward for final approval.
Okay, is that a second, Jessica? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, you got that number option 2 there, Kevin? Okay, great. Then you have final approval unless there's something drastically crazy that staff can't stand. We probably won't see you again, so good luck.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
A happy dog.
Met with yeah, dog's approval too. All right, number 6, 504 through 524 West Johnson Street. Here's another one we saw not too long ago, back for formal approval request.
We have Neil Reardon registered to speak in support, and registered to answer questions is Mitch Court. My apologies because my internet did crash, so I'm currently refreshing the page to see if we have anyone else.
Okay, thank you. If you're ready to go, I can go ahead and start. My name is Neil Reardon with ESG Architecture and Design, and I'll be presenting tonight on behalf of Mitch Corte and Subtext Development. Mitch is also on the line and available for questions, but I'd like to keep it short and go through this presentation here, which will outline some of the revisions we've made since we saw you last on October 6th. So as I think I already mentioned, and on the agenda, we are here for initial and final here at UDC. So happy to come back and talk about some of the changes. So you can see here on the front page rendering, this is a little bit revised from what you saw, but likely familiar. If you want to page it forward, I can go through some of the initial slides very quickly, I think. As you all know, this site here is at Johnson and Bassett. It's right on the what I think is called the bend, and what you like to call that transition of the roads to the 45-degree grid. So in this packet, we have site plans, floor plans, and renderings to show you. A little bit more content than last time, so you can go ahead and flip. Thank you. The property consists, just as a reminder, of 8 parcels. They're all relatively small, and these will be combined to create the project site. Next slide. The site plan likely looks a bit different than when you saw it last. We've made some tweaks to that. Some of those involve some of the things we've studied a little further along Conklin to just make that flow a little bit better with some of the more service-oriented items that exist along Conklin. Had a little bit more staff input from those along the way. Additionally, we've further defined what's happening along Bassett on the frontage there. Nothing major has changed. The bike lane still remains the same. Moving around the corner to Bassett and Johnson Corner, the entry of the building still remains at that location, and that was the rendering you saw earlier on the front page of this. We know we have a couple of things to tweak along here going forward, but generally the revisions here is you asked us to celebrate the curve, and that'll be shown in 3D here in a moment. But that curve is really where we used to have kind of a sawtooth pattern along there, which created a unique kind of back and forth massing. We've since curved that massing, and what you're seeing on the site plan here are just the entry points that interrupt that curve, and we think that's kind of a nice way to highlight the curve itself, and you'll see that in 3D in a moment. We are complying with the terrace setback here along Johnson as we need to add that additional frontage there, additional 5 feet. So you can see our sidewalk again is inside the property line as required. That is about it for site plan changes. You can certainly come back to this image here if needed later in questions. Nothing's really changed in terms of the approach either. These are cross sections at Bassett and Johnson, just showing that street section really more so about the sidewalk than anything else, but giving you the dimensional proportions there of that diagram. Next slide. And then just an overall level 1 floor plan. We've gotten into a little more detail here. There's 5 walk-up units on the south side of the project along Johnson, and then the lobby of the building, again, as already mentioned, at the corner of Johnson and Bassett. Lobby space is protruding to the northwest there, and then really it's all about we have interior bicycle parking. You can see there in the central area, the ramp that goes down to the P1 and P2 levels of parking, and then really this back area as an unenclosed garage area with entry and exit. We think this will nicely serve users for coming and going, as well as deliveries and all those other functions, which we had always planned to keep off the street. And the space is now more defined and more so able to do that. Next slide. Here are the upper levels of the floor plans. So on the lower right, I'll just show you that second level there. That's where the roof. There's a terrace there that happens right at second level. There's unit terraces that look out onto that, as well as common space. I'll note there, right where the cursor is there's that curved edge. So our new building massing of which is 1 story at that point, forms a barrier there at level 2, where the perimeter of that space is now curved, showing, kind of highlighting that piece that bends right through our site on the 45-degree angle change. So the rest of level 2 there is all units. You can see how they're dispersed, largely bigger sized units, 4 bedrooms with some 2 bedrooms mixed in as well. Levels 3 through 11 plan in the upper right is the typical plan. Looks very similar to level 2 in terms of its unit dispersion. And then when we get up to level 12, that level is really half residential and then half common areas, and that's what we had shown you before. The spaces have been slightly tweaked, but no major changes to the massing or floor plate there. And then pointing you to the roof here on the upper left, with the areas of green roof and then occupied roof amenity area. I do want to note here, though, that we in the staff report we appreciate that it's clearly defined now which spaces are allowed in there. So with respect to building height, we are not seeking any additional variances at this time or waivers related to an additional story. We are now clear, which ones are allowed there, and through the staff report, and happy to know exactly what those are. So I will go to those again here in a moment if we need to. Next slide.
Sorry, Neil. I gave you 6 minutes. Let's see, who's next? Would that be Mitch?
Looks like Mitch is registered to answer questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just planning on being on just in case anything came up that I needed to answer. Can I give my 3 minutes to Neil so we could finish the presentation?
No, he had 6 minutes, so you already gave it to him and he used it.
Oh.
Are there any other presenters who wish to speak before we open it up to the commission?
No other registered speakers.
Okay. Questions or comments from the commission? It's a big project, lots to take in. I'm sure there's something to talk about. Craig.
Thanks, Cliff. I didn't see this the first time. I read through the comments from the initial. If we could go back to the rendering looking as we move up Johnson. The massing at the southwest, I'm wondering about if there is potential there to, we can look at this one here. This one has a lot of character at the corner. There's some different materials and highlights to it, but when we look at the other side, specifically how we come up, and what you're going to see is the first impression of this building, both pedestrian and vehicular, it seems very, there's not much to that mass. And I'm wondering if there's any thought to some materials, some corner highlights, etc., to the other rendering. And I'm looking at, let me just look at what slide that is. Slide 13 or 14. the perspective looking east on West Johnson. There's a couple more down, Kevin. There's just a lot of metal panel. There's some repetition or some character in the windows and the layouts. But just wondering the architect's thoughts on the design of that massing as you're coming around.
Yes, Neil Reardon here again. Thank you for asking that question. Yep, happy to address that. The changes to the metal panel have really been the following. We articulated kind of a movement of the smaller windows that you're seeing there within the metal panel. The metal panel has also been lightened to a lighter color. I think what we had before was more of a black color, and you can see here the metal panel that we're proposing here would add a little depth to these windows, which was one of your comments as well. So we're changing the color, we're adding some depth and defining that metal panel with a little more. I think one of the comments was it's very flat before, and then additionally you can see we've changed to a lighter gray metal panel in the elevator core there, which you can kind of see some teal blue paint behind there. And that's the elevator lobby where those windows are. And then the 12th story also takes on that color and that materiality as well. And here you can also see that the curve, celebrating the curve of the level 1 massing there as well. So to more directly address your question, yes, we did articulate the windows more so, keeping the large living room windows at the corner, and then articulating and moving, kind of jig-jogging these other smaller windows, which are mostly bedroom windows, back and forth. And so that was our way of breaking up this metal panel portion. We really think that the brick itself should sing itself on the corner, and that's the reason we've used the other material, trying to be simple and straightforward with materiality here through the rest of it. And I'll just note that, you know, this metal panel looks different in different lights, this is probably its darkest version, and we are considering, you know, as we define that material, how light it's going to be. We know darkness in it is a concern, and you can see in the other renderings, it is, you know, more of a charcoal kind of brown, lighter gray color in depending on the light. There you go.
Yeah, that rendering is what I'm looking more towards, and that's even up a couple stories as we look at the building. But you know, as people experience this building, mostly from pedestrian vehicular coming around, what I'm just concerned with is you put a lot of detail into the elevator core and some of that other that area, which I think is beautiful and it's really nice, but as you're coming around, I'm concerned that on this elevation, there's not much design there, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I just want to make sure of what the experience is going to be coming through. What a lot of people see this, specifically being a one-way street, is by the time you get around and you celebrate that curve, you know, the pop of the building might be as people are driving by and not see it. That's my concern.
Okay. Rafiq.
Yeah, I agree with Craig. I think I'm looking at the it's not really numbered. Page 13, maybe. Yeah. The right side is way more successful than the left side. And it's not bad. I like what's happening here. But just because you can see like the base in the middle and then the top of the right side, and you see a change, it's not a lot of material, which is good, but you see that change in material. You see the change in how it's kind of enunciated with the different punches, and the top level has the taller glazing, and so it warrants a different material, and it's set back a little bit, it appears to be. I think the right side is way, way, way more successful than just the black cube, well, not cube, but rectangle or volume. But it's not bad. Like because it's so similar in the pattern, I can kind of get that too. But I do understand the point that maybe if that's your first vision or view of the building, maybe you want to just put a little bit more articulation or material change or plane change or something on that other tower. But I think overall, I like the improvements that's done, and I think it's a attractive project, just like the East Washington one. I think it just needs a little bit. The design's there; it just needs a little bit more refinement in material selection.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, I'm questioning those units that open, the individual units that open off Johnson along the curve there. That part is striking me as just so very different from the towers around it. One thing is it's the only part that's curved, and I don't know if I would boost it up to the level of celebrating that curve or if it's more acknowledging the curve. But I wonder if a curvaceous element all the way through the project would be stronger and also add some connection between those individual entry units and the towers. I also wonder a little bit about daylight into those individual units. If they only have windows facing Johnson, they might want to be putting up curtains to get privacy. I think you might have mentioned one of them was a bedroom window. So I'm just curious about daylight into those units. They look kind of spacious. I'm not quite sure how that works, but what's my real point is that the pie-shaped part along the curve seems foreign compared to the towers on the other side. To me.
Thank you. That was the point that I made last time. I really felt like the amenity space in the lobby should be there with a storefront curve along Johnson where there's all that activity, and then bring the walk-up units along Bassett where you have a wide sidewalk, slower traffic, and a big old bike path. Lois.
Thank you. Jessica, you beat me to the punch. Yeah, I think that it's because it appears to just kind of stop at those towers. Well, so let me say two things. One is I agree with what Cliff just said is, this is like a highway, right? People are coming around that corner really fast. That special element to me reads as here's the entrance to the building that serves both things. It doesn't seem to fit just individual entry points. So a couple things is one, I'm wondering if that curved element should continue around and embrace maybe as a base towards, is it Bassett? I'm sorry, I'm not getting my towards Bassett, and kind of help continue that curve a little bit and act as a base. But then I would give serious thought to taking those walk-ups, moving them around the corner to Bassett and make the main entrance, if it's not centered on this single story area, at least it is adjacent to it and maybe as part of that curve that comes around and towards Bassett. It just feels kind of flat and inappropriate to have apartments right there, the single unit walk up. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else like to weigh in on this or anything else? Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. Just I think to strongly confirm and reiterate the comments that have been made, both about sort of the imbalance between the detailing of the two towers. I guess what would be the southwest tower needs something considerably more. It simply reads too blank. And I also like the idea of that curve being the entrance to the two towers and moving the residential. So I would just strongly reinforce both those sets of comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Oh, Rafiq, got to move that painting. I can't hardly see your hand. There we go. Yeah, go ahead.
So well, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but when I say that the left tower needs more articulation, it doesn't mean make it equal to the right, because then your project's too busy. I mean, you can it could just be something that's setting back the top level so that it looks like it has a crown or something. But I don't think you should go all out and do as much as on the other tower. My second question is to, I guess, the commission. So I hear the comments about the middle curve being walk-up units versus a lobby, and I definitely agree with that. But are we giving feedback on that, or just the exterior massing project? Or are we looking at plan changes too?
Well, I think we're looking at it as it works as a piece of urban design for residents. Considering what we know about the curve and the traffic there, and and what says residents and walking into my front door, and what says this is where the lobby should be. And I think Lois put it very well. You got two towers. Why would you not put the entrance to them right in the middle between them versus around the corner? And any of us who have even obeyed the speed limit driving around that curve knows that it's not the best place for a front door of your house.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
So I to answer your question, it's really, that is kind of an urban design issue. And we're not really here to resolve the floor plan per se, but how the building addresses the street.
All right, yeah, then I would definitely support that comment then.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I just wanted to note, and it's summarized probably more eloquently in the staff report, but just note the UDC's review on this project is that the body is advisory on the conditional use, and the findings are based on the design standards for the downtown design guidelines and the design standards in the code. So that is the findings. Take a look at the staff report in terms of what's requested from the zoning ordinance of this body. But did just want to note that UDC is advisory and not approving on this one.
Okay.
So could the applicant respond to that?
Yeah, if you'd like a response, certainly.
Yeah, I think Mitch and I will both respond. I think the question was, are we open to some of the changes here in the site plan? Is that what the question being posed to us is?
Well, it has to do with the site plan, not the site plan so much as bringing the walk-up units toward Bassett and the main lobby between the towers on Johnson.
Sure, I'll just address part of that and then turn it over to Mitch. So part of the reason why the walk-ups are at Johnson, I think we talked about this last time, was that really we don't want cars stopping there on Johnson as they turn the corner. And we feel that would happen if you place the entry to the building there. It's really a bad situation to have that happen on a fast lane of traffic, on a bend, and then also we just don't feel like it's the right spot to move people into the building. I agree with you that sort of the massing as it opens up in a pie shape sort of presents an opportunity for arrival, but being that Johnson is a one-way and it bends like it does with high speeds, I really think that you're going to have cars stopping there and dropping off no matter what you do. So we just really felt that the front door of the building really should be at the corner of Bassett and Johnson and really engaging the two main streets, all well knowing that they're both one ways that are different, and that it really is a stronger design to have that front door there, and thus the massing of the building, not symmetrical or even necessarily is anchored there at that corner. So with respect to kind of the rest of it, Mitch, do you want to address those?
Well, and just with all due respect, a lot of buildings have their front doors on East Johnson or West Johnson Street. Go ahead, Lois. You had
I was going to comment on that. I don't know if the front door has to be there. I think there could be a nice translucent element to the amenity space. But if you continue that curve around, let's say that curve becomes kind of a feature where the entrance to the building could still be, in that corner of Bassett and Johnson. I guess it makes sense to have that as kind of that hub, I should, rather than, let's not say entrance, let's say the hub of those two towers. And then if you continue that element around, it will kind of, it goes to Bassett, and that could be at the entrance. The actual doors could be off of Bassett, but you would be pulled through to the hub between those towers then. So that's my suggestion for how to kind of solve both issues.
Okay. Anyone else? Jessica?
Yeah, I just wanted to, it's really not our decision right now, but that much dark paneling, just the effect it has on the streetscape. And when you're walking past something like that, I think you can see that over on University, just a block away, how much, I forgot the name of that building, but it has such a dark base, and it really does affect what the streetscape feels like. So I would be a supporter of reconsidering so much dark color.
Okay. And then Kevin, with regard to an advisory recommendation, it still goes the same way as if we're an approving body, right? It's initial or final or referral recommendation.
That's been the practice of UDC. However, it would be up to the Plan Commission to refer it back to the UDC for a final review prior to permitting. So I would advise, as specific as a recommendation you can give to the Plan Commission. And then if you would like to ask the Plan Commission to refer it back to this body for a final review, just to see those details. That's been the practice of UDC.
Thank you. Let's see. You got another comment, Jessica?
Ed, I wanted to give a shout out to the planting plans. They're lovely. Kind of wish the elevations looked like them. And I wondered what Christian thought of them.
Well, why don't we unmute him and see what he has to say?
Yeah, the one that's above the pie-shaped section there that we were talking about, I think was a response to comments that Shane made. He advocated for, rather than the more routine application of sedum, mixed sedum plantings, which are a real popular option for green roofs, that it be a deeper system that allowed for perennials and a wider palette of plants. So they obviously went that way, took his advice. I'm disappointed that he's not here to see it and comment on it. The take that I had on this particular one, well, first of all, between this one and the one down on the pie-shaped wedge, it ends up being a substantial amount of the footprint, looking, bird's eye view of being green space, certainly a lot more than we see on most projects. The way it's done, sort of a crazy quilt pattern with groups of perennials and grasses coinciding with each color, is certainly unusual. I can't say I've ever seen one like that on this second floor area, but I'm not averse to it. The one thing about this type of planting, as opposed to a sedum planting, which kind of take care of themselves with minimal maintenance, is that these do require regular, at least once or twice a year, substantial work done on them. So that's to be taken into account. And then the one up on the roof was interesting to me in that they went, completely the opposite of the geometric patterns and went with, more free flowing drifts. It's interesting in that one being on the roof is probably not going to be really appreciated in the way that this one might be, where everybody's windows are looking down on it. There's nothing to look down on when you're up on the roof, but these things are assets to birds and butterflies, and are certainly a beautiful way to help absorb rainwater. I could nitpick on particular varieties that were included in the mix and stuff as I could with some of the street level plantings, but I think we got bigger fish to fry at this point. I would say down on that corner, those residents on the curve there, yeah, they are weird, but they're a solution to the problem of the shape of the lot. And I got to say, I appreciated the way that they've sort of protected both the sidewalk and pedestrians and those units with the rather substantial terrace between the street and the sidewalk, and then further had beds, inbound in front of those houses and residents. And I don't think I'm having as much of a problem with it as some people are. I guess the market will dictate whether or not people can handle living with their front windows and doors facing out onto West Johnson Street. It certainly isn't much different than a lot of the new high rises around town. But I would agree with some of the other comments about the darkness of the building, though I can appreciate the fact that they say that they're reflective to a certain extent and will change color based on sky conditions and stuff. But in general, it's a little bit, especially the western thing, a little bit too much like the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey for my tastes.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we even noted last time that we appreciate the little planting bed and the buffer of the sidewalk at the curve there. And I think that's still very much appreciated and will come in very useful. Anyone else care to make a comment or a motion or ask a question? Okay, Craig, you're up.
So I'll try to put a motion together here based on the comments we had. I'd recommend initial approval. With the following comments of looking for some more subtle design elements being added to the western tower as you come around the southwest approach for the vehicle pedestrian experience. Again, as Rafiq said, something subtle, doesn't have to model the other tower, but just some sort of articulation or some subtle material changes or setbacks would be appreciated. And additionally, would recommend looking at the first floor layout as far as entrance and residential dwelling units. Is a recommendation there of possible alternatives to put the dwelling units on Bassett and moving the main entrance to the more public side. Noting that we don't see any changes needed for vehicular movements, because a lot of times that's changed to our site plan, but how they have the vehicular movements on the inside and the ramps, we understand that's all set. That's part of the major components of the building. So with that, I think that's the two major elements that we had discussed so far. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Tom, that's a second?
Yeah, a second with a caveat. I had a question to Kevin. Do we have to make explicit that we want this referred back to us from Plan Commission?
I would advise that if that's the intent, to specifically request that the final details come back to UDC prior to final site plan sign off.
Okay.
Isn't that implied with an initial approval?
It is, but it's again, this is a practice, and so
Okay.
I just want the motion to be as clear as
Sure.
possible.
No harm in making that statement, Tom.
I consider that a friendly amendment to add to the motion.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I know. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, great. So that's seconded. Let's see here. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no hands. Kevin.
Just a clarification of just one other point that I was tracking throughout the discussion. There was discussion on the material color. I don't know if that's part of the motion or if that was intended to be, but I just wanted to check in on that.
Well, I think I might ask Rafiq to weigh in on that a little bit. Was it the color, or just that maybe the West Tower just get articulated a little bit and broken up with some variety?
I'm fine with the color. I think it's just the articulation, just some articulation. So it's not just every facade is a straight plane. So, just giving a little bit of push and pull, and then maybe that will lead to adding another material, or maybe not.
Okay. Is that your understanding too, Jessica?
Yeah, I'm rooting for baby blue.
Baby blue.
Yep.
Like the columns on the other project, right?
Even more baby.
Oh, okay. You don't have to put that in the motion if you don't want to, Kevin.
Understood.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion then? Okay, then by unanimous consent, with those conditions, you have initial approval. Thank you very much. And moving right along, that was 6, 7 was referred. Over to 6831 Odana Road.
Speaking in support is Ryan Swanson, and available to answer questions is David Israel.
And I will have the plans up for the applicant team in just one moment.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Swanson. I'm with Arc Design Resources. I'm project manager, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Lauren Downing, who had a conflict. So I'm happy to be here. David Israel is the landowner and developer for the project. I've just got a short overview presentation for everyone, and then we're both happy to answer any questions. Next slide. This just provides the general location of the project, located within the commercial center, adjacent to Burger King, Burlington Coat Factory, the Anchor, Joanne Fabrics. Next slide. This is the recorded CSM. It is a subdivided lot. Lot 2 is shown here. Next slide.
Sorry, it's taking a moment to.
That's all right.
You can see that there we go. Apologies.
No worries. I've just done the time here, so I want to make sure I've expedited with this. This just kind of gives an overview of the proposed development within the center as well. Next slide. This slide is the site plan. I've got another slide next. I just want to show this is the overall pavement that's there today, the portion of the parking lot. So you can see we're now wildly expanding what's paved in terms of the surface. Next slide. Just a brief overview of the site. Here you can see the proposed building, the drive-through operation, which has a dual lane configuration, as most users have gone to now with the heavy drive-through users and customers. We've got good pedestrian connectivity with this site. You can see basically sidewalks on both sides, including Odana Road. There is that's okay, you can see on the slide. There's an accessible connection to the front along Odana there. Landscaping and green space. We've got a small detention facility along Odana you can see the 2 trees on the northwest corner. And generally landscaping, we exceed the landscape points here is what this is depicting. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Back up one. I'm sorry about that. Access as shown here, full access internal to the shopping center. We do have an out-only access drive on the west. It provides good circulation for the drive-through, the stacking. It will all be located on the parcel itself and not spilling out onto the public roadways or the access drive to the shopping center. Next slide. This is the proposed building elevation. This is the latest and greatest Popeyes corporate look. And if you've been to some of the older stores, you notice kind of the mustard color. That's been replaced with brighter look here, as you can see. Kind of a mix of window treatments along the front corner here, the front and the side. Some vertical articulation on the corner, and then also with the brick. Let's see. Brick paneling, windows, the teal and the white color, along with the orange. Next slide. This is the opposite corner of the drive-through window. You can see there kind of the paneling they use on this side. There's some sconces, and then this side is the white you see here is predominantly an ephes material with some additional signage interest kind of inset here as you drive around the corner through the drive-through. Next slide. This is the opposite front corner, again depicting the drive-through operation. You can see the corner feature that's kind of raised to attract a little more interest, vertical interest, along with the windows and the treatment along the front. Next slide. These are just some specifics in terms of the materials. Again, kind of the brick paneling, some ephes as well. Wood slats is the vertical treatment here, and kind of a wood element as well with the drive-through bump out. Next slide. I apologize. I tried to combine these slides and they were just a little bit too small. This just shows the materials again on that side with the windows. Again, depicting the brick paneling and the ephes with some of the other treatments. Next slide. There we go. This is just the colorized version of that proposed elevation on that side. Next slide. And that last one, by the way, that was the main entrance with those 2 doors. This is the drive-through side, again, just depicting in a black and white view the materials, the signage, sconces, some of the treatment. This does have full raised parapets, as you can see from the dash line on the top. Next slide, please.
I think we got the picture. It's been over 4 minutes.
Oh, that's it then. That's the end.
Okay.
Thank you. I just have one more at the rear, but that's it.
Lois. And then Craig.
Thank you. It's a really fun looking building. I really don't have any issues with the building. I think my concern is with the site. So if we could go to one of the site plans, I was looking at C04.
One moment.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's
the sixth slide shows the site plan.
So the circulation of the vehicles goes almost without exception completely around the building, making pedestrian traffic from the parking lot to the front door a little dicey, I think. Especially if you're really busy and it's potential that the cars could be kind of queued out in front of the pedestrian entrance. I'm wondering if there was any consideration for queuing the vehicles along the south side of that parking lot in completely removing, so you're kind of coming along from west to east along the south part of that parking lot, and then going out in the north and reserving that whole middle section for pedestrians.
Mm-hmm. So it's okay to answer these questions, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Format. Okay, just to make sure. So yeah, you're talking about folks that would come from the center, the shopping center portion, and walk, essentially crossing if the lanes were queued in an east-west direction, they would just cross over those. That's kind of what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about anybody parking to go into the building, right?
Okay.
Any customer is potentially, they're kind of threading that needle between the cars queuing out and the cars leaving with their drive-up food.
So parked cars in the parking lot, there is a designated path, and the reason why they've gone to 2 lanes is it provides basically double the queuing, double the stacking. Now, I'm not saying it won't still extend out, beyond that pedestrian crosswalk there that we show at times, but generally that's why they do the 2 lanes now. So on average, you'd be able to cross over through. It's still a crosswalk crossing that pavement, but it would just be inbound vehicles slowly entering that lane. Vehicles exiting around the north end of the building wouldn't cross that path. Ideally, I think they could enter the parking lot at that point, but they would just go around. So we did try to provide a dedicated path as much as possible.
Well, and
I can see what you're saying, though, Lois. If you took that driveway entrance on the south and moved it further west and kind of straighten out that queuing line, and then people could be not walking, because you're right, it's 360 degrees surrounded by the drive-through rather.
Right. And I don't have a lot of confidence people don't just take the B line from where they park straight into the building. They don't tend to follow those paths. Usually they're created at the accessible parking. But I think it kind of creates a dicey pedestrian experience.
Okay. Let's see, Craig.
Thanks, Cliff. Well, I would only say just a comment in my moments of weakness where I visit the competition across the road with some arches. I will just say that I usually find my way meandering through the vehicles just fine to get my urges satisfied. The one thing on the staff report I just wanted to note is for the design team, with the EFS shown, if an acceptable alternative material might be using your brick material throughout the building and substituting that for EFS. I'm wondering if that's an acceptable alternative, just because we have limitations on EFS that can be used.
Yeah, to answer that question, that's something we can definitely look at, and we did notice that in the staff report as well.
Yeah.
Let me ask about that brick material, because it's on the elevations. It's called brick-fiber cement panels. Is this like a phony baloney fiber cement panel with a brick texture printed into it?
They've used both. There isn't strictly a brick product that can be used. This that's shown here is like a Nichia equivalent panel.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say. It looks like brick in the renderings, but it's not brick.
Yeah, it's a panel. It's a panel material that's got a little bit of brick.
And
yeah,
so when you cut in for window openings and you go around corners and stuff, oh man, does it ever look fake? Doesn't Popeye let you just use a Nichia that might have a wood grain or something to it instead of the brick?
There was an older prototype that did have kind of that wood paneled look that used a lot more of that, and they've kind of gone away from that toward, to this. One thing I could suggest potentially is, that front, this front facade, we could look at where you did mention that corner, turning that corner, like you can see predominantly here, we could look at using a natural brick or real brick product for that, and potentially lesser, seeing areas, go to the Nichiha, the paneling material, if that's something you consider.
I guess I don't know why you go ahead and do a fiber cement panel and stamp a brick pattern into it, but I'm just strange that way, I guess. Craig, anything else?
No, I'm kind of feeling the same way, Cliff, as well. Is one of the reasons in my experience we don't use EFIS is just one, the look, but also it just over time it doesn't perform well. And then
The durability, yeah, and I think that may be in the UDD for no EFIS below 3 feet, I believe, in this case. Is that right? Is that right, Kevin?
The standard for this one, that would be a different standard. The one that would apply here is arguably actually more restrictive. It's the commercial and mixed-use zoning district standard. And it's noted in the staff report, but EFIS can only be used as an accent material, and it can't be within 3 feet of grade. But it can't be a primary or a secondary. It has to be an accent material.
Okay.
If it was used, it has to be an accent material.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is when you turn corners, when you have, like I'm looking at this rendering, and when the door jambs go into that natural colored brick opening and everything, it doesn't even come close to looking like brick when you're so up and close next to it. If it's just a flat on 2-dimensional thing, that like an inset panel, that's one thing, or if you're using it as an interior accent. And there's a chicken restaurant across Gammon from Atlanta that uses real modular brick all around in all their restaurants. I don't know how they're doing it, but I'll go ahead and I'll let Craig finish up and then turn it over to Christian.
I concur with you. I think for some of that detailing, either pick a different if it's going to be fiber cement, a different finish that would get the same kind of design and look, or go with either a brick or a CMU or something else just to get a better material that flows together.
Okay. I appreciate the comment.
Thanks.
Okay. Christian.
Yeah, sorry, we kind of went over this car circulation and went on to other things, but if we could go back to that site plan, I guess I still have questions about there we go. So, presenter, are you controlling your cursor there?
That's Kevin.
Oh, that's Kevin. So let me get this straight. So the preferred way to go in here would be to enter at the 261 mark there, and then turn left and go counterclockwise through the parking lot. No, I mean, you're going backwards, Kevin.
Well, he's going the right way if you want to go through the drive-through.
Yeah, that's
correct. I mean, is that the intention? Is that people drive straight through, like going north, and then do an aggressive 180 to get in the line? Yeah, like that. Or is the intention that you kind of don't have to do a 180 and only do a 90 by turning left when you come in there and going around the center islands there?
Yeah, the intention is to go around that larger island.
So
and part of the constraints,
entering where the 261 is, and then immediately turning left and circling in a counterclockwise.
Correct.
No, not Kevin. You're not doing the right way there.
Kevin, he wants you to go in from 261 and hang a left or no. Let's go back.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Hang a left right there. Hang a left. Okay, now go
there
around.
You go.
Now go into the drive-through. There you go.
that's the intention?
No, typically the queue wouldn't be that long. You'd be able to enter straight north from the 261, head straight north, and then essentially a 180 around that large island and those lanes are
Okay.
double wide.
Yeah, that's still doing that 180. I've seen this approach at other places, and I don't know totally what the scale is here and stuff, but doing a 180 in there is sort of a dicey proposition. So, I don't know what can be worked out with the traffic circulation, but it definitely doesn't seem ideal. I will move on from that though, and just make some comments about the landscaping and give you props for going above and beyond what we would normally see in a fast food restaurant here. I'm looking at the plant list, and my God, lavender and roses. It's a Popeyes in Provence. I'm not sure I trust you guys to do the upkeep involved in having those kind of plantings, but I'm going to let it go and say thank you for landscaping a restaurant nicely. The one thing I would point out is at the entrance driveway and then the island next to the handicap parking, you have 2 calorie pairs, Chanticleer calorie pairs, and we have been asking everybody that comes before us to not use those trees. They are not banned in Wisconsin yet, but they're being banned in other states one by one, and they're just bad actors in the plant world. And there's other ornamental flowering trees that you can put there. A horse chestnut, a buckeye, or a Japanese tree lilac, or a small crab, or anything, but not a Chanticleer calorie pear, please.
Okay, understood.
Okay,
That's all I got.
great. Yeah, anybody who tries to get a calorie pair through this commission is never going to hear the end of it.
It's not the first time I just heard of that recently too, so I appreciate that comment.
Okay, Jessica.
I just quickly wanted to suggest a review of where that ramp is coming up from the sidewalk on Odana Road and hitting pretty close to where people are coming around the corner. Now they got their food and they're getting the heck out of town. That could be dicey. I don't have a suggestion of what's better, but I think it might need some review.
I have a question. That's a switchback ramp. Is that going to be less than 1 to 20, or is that going to require handrails in the whole bit?
I believe it's going to need rails. There's so much grade change there, and to be able to tie it into that front sidewalk on Odana, we had to do that.
And you can't stretch it out, like go have the ramp come in further west and then just kind of go up 1 to 20. I just think, when I'm looking at this thing from the street, I'm going to see nothing but, handrail.
We can
I know you have to provide disabled access from the public way. So, it's a challenge for sure. But if you could stretch that entrance out, further west and let them come up more gradually toward the east without handrails and landings and everything.
We can take a look at that. I think we have, but I'll double check that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Craig?
Yeah, Cliff, just to elaborate on that, especially with our Wisconsin winters, if you can get a more gradual slope, especially for people that are disabled, I know what the code allows. And then there's also snowy and icy Wisconsin, and getting up those, that it would be appreciated, not just aesthetically, but also making it truly accessible. And I know there's a difference between meeting code and then those that actually need assistance to use it. I think that would just help. It would be more usable, I think.
Sure.
Okay. This is informational. Are there any other comments or suggestions? We want to make sure they've got all the feedback that we can provide at this time.
This is
Yep.
Chair, this is actually on for.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
national
sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I got screwed up on my agenda here. I was looking down further at 9. This is not initial. This is not informational. They are requesting approval.
That's correct.
Lois.
Thanks. Well, I'm hesitant to give initial approval with, I think there's some major site issues. Does initial, that's the building on the site, and we can still talk about the site traffic flow. So I'd be comfortable with giving initial with all of the comments, with the applicant taking to heart all of the comments we made about the site and the building materials.
Well, I think if you give it initial, you are accepting the general configuration of the site plan.
It is the site as well?
Yeah.
All right, then I guess I'm going to take that back then, and I'm going to suggest we refer it.
Okay. Kevin?
I just wonder if there's interest from the commission. I don't know of discussions, but as far as I'm assuming there's been staff discussions about the circulation. I just want to make sure that they're not getting different advice from traffic engineering about some of the circulation issues on site. So I guess if the commission would allow, I'm wondering if somebody from the development team could just speak to those questions, what discussions traffic has had with them to date.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is David Israel. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The ARC design has really been talking to traffic. I have not really been that involved in the design of this. So ARC's really done it with the Popeyes franchisee. So I refer this to ARC if they're there doing. I did have one question though, and my question was the design would be a lot better if we could come in basically across from Burger King in the same way that Burger King has our entrance. And I would wonder why we couldn't do that. I know there was some initial discussion originally about that, that they didn't want to use that entrance. And I think we're having so many issues because we are using the entrance, farther in. And I was wondering if we could, if we would be able to use the entrance across from Burger King, I think that would solve many, many issues.
I can provide
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Some detail on that. Excuse me. 2 things. One, the out only movement across from Burger King is what was discussed with engineering staff. Basically, the reason being is they don't want traffic to stack up and potentially stack up towards Odana Road. So the right out basically allowed for relief without impacting travelers on Odana. The other component we've talked tonight was potentially sliding that entrance over that's shown at that 261 label, sliding that west. The concern there is you're getting close to the access driver. You've got vehicles and customers to the center coming in and out, and you've got turning movements into our driveway. And what that did, it creates a conflict point for traffic in that ring road, so to speak. So we really tried to focus on a center access that worked for us, but it does make the turns in the drive-through a little sharp. But those are wide drives, and the Big Island allows that. But the more you slide that over to the west, it gets closer to that shared Burger King driveway that comes in off of Odana, and you could potentially have people turning, in Burlington, and that whole scheme just creates a big conflict point right there. So that's why we tried to center it within the lot. And I believe staff supported that.
Well, nonetheless, I guess our concerns remain the pedestrians having to cross basically a 360-degree drive-through, and we haven't seen any alternatives about reorienting the building, turning the building 90 degrees or relocating the access. I'm not convinced that having the main driveway access into the parking lot moved a little bit west is going to cause accidents, because that's an access aisle. It's not a main street that it's feeding into. But unless we see, a memo or something from traffic engineering or planning, I think we have to go with our best judgment here. The site plan seems to have problems with regard to pedestrian and disabled access and convenience, and it's mostly set up for the drive-through. And then at that, the guy, when Jessica is driving her F-250 in to get a meal, she's going to have to do a hairpin right turn to get through the drive-through, and that's a tough maneuver. You're going to have some people not being able to do it in one fell swoop and backing up, and so even if as a drive-through oriented solution, that hairpin turn gives me some concern. Kevin.
I think my hand might have been up from
before
in the discussion, but just again wanted to know UDC is advisory here, and what the code says is that this requires conditional use consideration by the Plan Commission following a recommendation on the design of any specific proposal by the Urban Design Commission. So that's just kind of the framework that this one is in.
Okay. So Lois had made an advisory recommendation that it be referred back to the Urban Design Commission, but there was no second on that. Is that a second, Craig? Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, wait a minute. Did you re-raise your hand, Craig? No, okay. Christian?
Yeah, I just want to affirm here that we are asking or advising that this not proceed pending further attention given to traffic circulation as well as the handicap ramp. Are those the two main issues?
And the building materials.
Feel like we need addressing.
The building materials. And don't forget the calorie pair.
Let's not forget the Chanticleer pears. So 4 items actually. Yeah, I would say that I think we all seem to be in agreement that there are more issues necessary to be looked at or addressed. I mean, if they can make a case that this circulation pattern doesn't work any other way, and what traffic engineering has to say about that, then maybe we will acquiesce to that. But at this point, I would say we seem to be in agreement that that is not the case.
All right, Craig.
All right, Cliff, I'm in a talkative mood. I would just, as a comment to the commissioners, we had a Frankfurter restaurant with similar site conditions that we went a little bit back and forth as well, which was similar, where there was discussions between what traffic wanted, but traffic wasn't necessarily looking at some of the circulation issues on site. And I think this is very similar as well, of just trying to find that common ground between traffic, what they're looking for is like access. But then once you get to like actual site circulation, that can be outside of their purview sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think they won that battle. Okay. So let's see, Kevin.
I want to just clarify the intent of the motion because I'm not sure if I'm following it just yet. Is the recommendation to forward a recommendation to the Plan Commission on the design that identifies the 4 or 5 areas of concern that UDC has concern, and that's the recommendation? Or is the UDC not making a recommendation at this time and just recommending referral, and then they are recommending referral, what are they expecting to come back to the UDC? I'm trying to figure out where the commission is intending to go.
Okay, well, it's your motion, Lois.
Hitting the wrong button there. Well, I would assume that we would need to see it again. Are you, Kevin, are you suggesting that we are referring it to the Plan Commission to make, based on our recommendations, that they would approve it or not? Or because I think that the UDC needs to see it again based on the number of kind of serious concerns we have.
Sure. And my read of the code is the Plan Commission can't consider it until UDC makes a recommendation. So that's what I was wondering, if this was a recommendation listing to the Plan Commission all of the concerns, or if UDC is not making a formal recommendation, because typically a referral is not considered a recommendation. So that's essentially a referral would come back to UDC one more time to see something different. Or additional information. And then the other option would be it would go to Plan Commission listing all of these concerns. So I guess that's what I just wanted to figure out, what the intent of your motion.
The intent is to see it again at the UDC. Is that
okay?
So referral.
All right. Okay, so that's the motion. That's the motion seconded. We had discussion. We listed items on the motion specific to the site and the building and landscaping. So seeing no further hands raised for discussion, then by unanimous consent, the project is referred back to the Urban Design Commission. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to our informational presentations. Number 9, Isthmus Montessori.
Speaking in support, we have Jim Olson and Brian Schuster.
Can you guys hear me? Because it just came up that I was muted. Sorry.
No, you're loud and clear right now.
Okay, good. Did you hear any of that I just started out with or not?
No.
Oh,
and
sorry.
we won't even charge you. We'll
Okay,
start the
awesome.
clock.
Don't start. Thank God you didn't start the clock. Okay,
Right.
thanks. Thank you very much for having us tonight. I wanted to just kind of bring this to you. We're in the process of the design phase of this project. We have an existing building that's located on approximately 3 acres. On 1802 Pancratz. So that's as the drawing here, that's to the east, which is down on the drawing, and Packers is to the west, which is the upside of it. To the immediate north is the site that we would be building onto, which is approximately 1.9 acres of land. Looking to do a new building, I should say an adjacent add-on to this of approximately 48,000 square foot building. The existing building right now is all learning facility, so it's all classrooms. The new building will house classrooms, a new gymnasium with this locker rooms, those kind of things that go with it, a new entry, and a theater complex. You can go to the next slide if you want, if you like.
This just shows, I apologize that the rotation of the plan, the north is up now, but the southern part is the existing building, and the newest section is on the north side with the new entry, which is that curved piece that's inside that, what I'll call a courtyard area, with the gymnasium tucked to the back northwest corner, and the theater would be out in the front as part of the arrival process to the site. Go to the next slide. This is just showing the second floor, very similar. We've got, upper elementary school, got some high school spaces there with a atrium in the center of the building. Next slide. I'm going to keep going. And these are the elevations which don't, with the curve and everything going in and out, don't say a whole lot. So I think we'd be better off if we go to the next slide. This shows kind of the axonometric of both the first and second floor. Again, the lower part of the screen shows the existing building with the large curve. The upper part of the screen on both of the drawings shows the new addition, where we are mimicking some of that arc areas. The new entrance would have the arced area, as you see there, and then a large swooping arc would be for the theater complex. Next. These are the images that we put together for the owner and for some of their fundraising. The top image shows the existing building to the left, with the right-hand section of it showing the new, which you can see in the background, the new entry portion, and in the foreground, the curve of the theater. In the lower left-hand corner, we're standing in the courtyard. So you're looking kind of out of the courtyard at the new theater and the entrance. And then the right hand image shows the new theater. So as you would be in the parking lot approaching the building, this is the view that you would get. Next slide is, I think, is there another one? And then these go around the back of the building, the side and the back. So this is the north side of the building. This is two images from the north side of the building. Ale Asylum is immediately adjacent, or the old Ale Asylum is immediately adjacent to this property. One of the things we try to do is to keep the green space between that facility and the new facility that we're doing here, so that the children have as much green space as possible to still use for outdoor activities. Next. And then these are just some more of just black and white stick drawings showing some of the imaging of what we had put together as we were planning this. I think the other ones were a little bit more helpful in determining what the imagery was.
Is that it? We're at 4.5 minutes.
That's it. Sorry. Whoa, I went over. See how fast that goes? Sorry about
that. Okay. And then we had one more registrant, Brian Schuster.
Sure. I meant to register to answer questions.
Okay. That's fine. Rafiq.
Yeah, I think as you develop this project, when I look at it segmented, it looks fine. When I look at it together, I feel like it's a lot of different things that don't work well together. I feel like some of the shapes might be competing with each other. It really, you can really tell in plan. You can't tell in elevation, like you said. And then when you look at I don't know, like how I feel like even like the way that this building approaches the parking or the drive ramp, drop off ramp is, I don't know that the shapes, and then when you do an addition, you kind of want to expand upon what's there and complement it. And I don't know that this complements it. It's not bad, but the footprint and the shapes don't necessarily like if I saw a courtyard, you would kind of shape it so that it brings you into the courtyard, not. I don't know. I'll let somebody else go. It's hard for me to explain what I'm saying. Hopefully that makes sense. Like it's just the shapes don't complement each other. The moves. I see the atrium piece or that double entrance. I get that one, but then the other curve. Why is it curved? Is it just curved just to have a curve, or it's not complementing anything else that's around it? So I don't know.
Craig? Wait a minute, you're not unmuted yet.
There we go. Sorry about that. I agree, Rafiq. When I look at the different elements, specifically sheet 13, which I think you're looking at from the southwest, you have the curve on the east side, the existing building, but then you have the that rectangular portion on the south, and it doesn't seem to be a uniform design when you pull that over to that new area. You'd either want some sort of like symmetry or some rhythm as you go through there. And it's not that the new building by itself or the addition by itself isn't a good design, but when we bring it to the existing building and have it look like a single design element together, I think that's where the challenge is trying to bring some uniformity or consistency there. And not have it be like a stark, this is where the old building was, and almost like you're pulling a new building on. It almost wants to be like a separate building with like a breezeway or something connecting them. But might be more successful than trying to actually connect them together. But I know programming is challenging if you're doing it that way.
Okay. Let's see. Anyone else? This is informational. Some direction, some further discussion might help a little bit. It sounds like it's almost like it's that main curve of that auditorium piece that's given us a little bit of difficulty here in the way it relates to the curve of the opposite curve of the site coming in, and then how it tends to form the courtyard. Tom.
Yeah, in that regard, and I think I'm having the same reaction as others. One thought I had was, could the curved new theater slide, I'm not sure what direction that would be, but back so that its facade was continuous. So you didn't have the jog in there between the new entranceway, so that it was one singular curve, much like the older building has one singular curve, so that at least even though they're not the same arc or radius exactly, you'd only have two curves plus the entranceway, and not the theater bothers me too, and I think it's partly its placement. Overall, the design of the building in independent elements, I think, is handsome, but I agree with the courtyard configuration not working.
Okay. Craig,
one other comment.
Christian, go ahead.
Sorry, one other comment I'm looking at too is as far as the light and how that comes in on the theater. There will be some direct light coming, especially south and west. If that is the intent of having oriented that way as well, that can be a pretty harsh sunlight as well as we get the winter as well. So even that orientation itself, if that has to be in that location, it might even want to rotate and bring itself in to the other side of actually just moving that theater space altogether and just reorienting the entrance so it was one more cohesive massing. And maybe the entrance moves over to the other side. I'm just thinking that courtyard approach of trying to get one continuous massing along there, and what you can bring that together at the new entrance instead of having the old, we'll say, back side of the building, then looking like the new front entrance. I know that we have similar issues when we have like old public buildings, when you have to move the main entrance for accessibility and you get into put in these situations. This kind of reminds me of that as we're trying to force a main entrance into the backside of a building for accessibility. And you're trying to bring together that old and the new. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Christian?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on Tom's comment. I thought, and I realized looking at the blueprint there that, you know, maybe it doesn't work with the function of the room as envisioned right now. But I think Tom had the right idea that pushing that theater to the north and having that curve come into the bulk of the rest of the new building, and then the curve of the new main entrance there, rather than doing a harsh right angle to the north there. I mean, there's just too many ins and outs, and the elevation looking from the new, I guess that would be the east side of the building. Part of it is, and I don't want to bash on the looks of this building or certainly the work of the previous commission that must have approved this, I'm guessing, but that large blank wall on the eastern side of the on the bottom one there, just a huge expanse of unarticulated single material blank wall with one tiny little mouse door in there is just really ugly, and is kind of somehow seems to carry over into what we're trying to add to it, which I think is a shame. But anyway, I just had that small comment that I thought Tom's suggestion of having a smoother, curve and radius coming into a straight edge rather than a right angle there was a possible nicer, more elegant solution.
Okay. Any other comments to share? Nope. Seeing none. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that's helpful. It seems mostly regarding the curve and the little theater space, but nothing more fundamental than that. So thank you very much. Next one is over to Regent Street, over by the bike path.
Speaking in support, we have Linda Irving, Robert Muller, Renato Gilberti, and Joseph Mayer. Registered in support and available to answer questions is Adam Winkler.
Okay.
And I'll have the plans up in just one moment.
All righty.
Thank you.
So for some reason, the order of speakers seems off. You have a Robert Muller, but Linda Irving is up first.
Okay, that's okay. You can go in any order that you'd like to.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much, and good evening, planning staff and commissioners. We appreciate having this opportunity to do this informational sharing meeting and to have this early dialogue in this phase of schematic design. I'm Linda Irving with Trinitas Ventures. We are the developer presenting the proposed residential development on the land that's currently addressed at 700 and 740 Regent Street. Why don't we begin with the next slide, please? So to orient anyone that is less familiar with this exact location, this first slide identifies the portion of the parcel intended to be redeveloped. It's a section of the parking field behind the two office buildings. The reference property is part of an existing plan development, and we'll be asking for an amendment to the PD for our project and for the use of the project to match the UMX district uses. The intent is to develop an infill project that will replace the vast parking field behind the office buildings and along the bike path. This same type of amendment was also proposed and approved for the Hilton Garden Inn site, which is adjacent and reflected in kind of the pink building, or excuse me, the brown building there on the exhibit. This property was also noted in the 2012 downtown plan as an underutilized site for potential redevelopment opportunities. The two following pages of photos reflect the current use of the land, just for illustration. Next slide. And then the next slide. On this slide, we just have a project tab that is still being refined, but at this time, we are looking at 343 units, approximately 680 residents, and a total of 328 parking spaces that will serve as the replacement for the office building parking that we're taking out of commission by developing up, and then also some parking for our residents. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my talented project team who's going to speak to the architecture and the site plan for the project. We have Rob Muller and Renato Gilberte with BKB that can walk you through the graphics.
Thanks, Linda. Hi, this is Rob Muller. Thank you for having us with you tonight. I'm really excited about this project and being involved with Linda and Trinitas and in developing the design, and looking forward to hearing your comments. If you go to the next slide. Our first presentation of this project to Colin Punt and Jacob Moskowitz in planning showed a general just extrusion of the panhandle shaped site. So per early comments from them, we worked to design something that was a four-sided building and really break down the massing. We've created significant breaks and volumetric shifts, as you can begin to see on this image. Note that we've removed part of the top floor here to create an amenity deck, and we've also introduced a line of balconies adjacent to that. So at the start of that west elevation, it's broken up into two masses. You can also see a proposal for blade signs, and that's something that we're looking to have identification for people entering from Regent Street, given that this building is behind the office buildings along Regent. Next slide, please. Now, as you can see here, the mass to the left is shifted. It's about 14 feet of a shift from the mass on the right, and it's separated by a significant break in the middle to make the building read as two volumes. We've also introduced a material change there and dropped units on the top floor, 4 floors, that reinforce this notion. Keep in mind the site is currently a 435-foot long surface parking lot, and our goal is to create a significant improvement from those existing conditions, introducing a park-like setting adjacent to the building and along the bike path, and furthering that with a series of outdoor terraces that actually step up the building. The words "on Wisconsin" that you're seeing here are just a placeholder for what we see as an active facade screen at the parking levels that we think will be developed to engage cyclists and pedestrians. And we're excited to hear thoughts on that from you about what it might be. And given our expectation that a majority of the residents will be approaching from the bike path side and from campus, we've oriented the main entry toward the bike path on the lower right of this image. And we're looking to create a lively and energetic experience at that arrival point. Next slide, please. Coming down to ground level here, the resulting masses are further broken down by the introduction of insets in the facades and changes in material. And then overlaid on this is a series of projecting balconies that we're looking to create an amenity for the residents, and also another exciting layer on this massing. You can see the beginnings of that landscape design along the bike path and the terraces that are stepping up the building as they would be experienced by someone that's down at grade level, cyclists and pedestrians. Next slide, please. So the visibility of this building from Regent Street is partially blocked by the office building, but we've really focused on carrying the massing and elevation ideas around to this side, because the building will be visible from farther away once you get beyond those lower buildings. We've got signage here oriented to show clear identification from Regent Street, also given that we're behind the office buildings, but also so that they're visible from the bike path. The entire base of the building is activated along this facade. This is assumed to be the pedestrian and rideshare arrival to our building, and it's directly adjacent to where the arrival and patio for the hotel to the left of us are positioned. Next slide. This is another view showing the massing shifts that we're proposing and the facade breakdown as viewed from Regent Street, as well as another location for signage to be visible from Regent. And next slide. So the main entry is focused on the bike path, but it equally engages the arrival from Regent Street. And the building engages the public and the residents with a sense of arrival and sense of home. We're currently studying many ideas for the active screen at the parking levels and are certainly interested in hearing your thoughts on this. And with that, I can turn it over to Renato for some further detail.
Thanks, everyone. I'm not sure what else I can add to this conversation, given that Rob actually explained everything that needed to be explained.
Well, we got to talk about the plans. Next slide.
So we'll go through the plans instead. As was mentioned earlier by Linda, we are accommodating the existing parking that we're taking from the office buildings within the project. So we have 2 underground levels, more like 1.5 underground levels of parking right here. You're looking at the lowest level right now. Next slide, please. Then you're looking at your half level, your first level down plus half level down. So as you're looking at, it's a split level garage with the ramp that connects the 2 sides, and then your core, it's kind of straddling the 2 ends of it with a stair connection between the 2 halves of the parking structure. Next slide, please. So now we are at the ground level, and the ground level, it really is the lobby condition and the parking portion of the parking that's planned south. That's a level 0. And then the portion of parking that's planned north, that would be at level half. That would be plus 5 feet. Then you're looking at trash room at grade, and you're looking at maintenance office at plus 5 feet as well. And what we're trying to do to further activate the north facade, I guess it would be more like a northeast facade, given the orientation in true north. We see that as our front yard. So as was mentioned earlier, we're creating that a very park-like experience in here, a very bike-friendly experience. So we are creating behind that screen a bike storage room with cycling-related amenities, such as fixed stations, maybe a lounge of some sort. And then you will, as you're riding up from campus, you would actually come up and enter through this bike gear zone via a staircase with trough to actually bring the bikes up. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing on the first floor. Given the limited amount of space that we have for amenities and entrance sequence, what we are envisioning this entrance sequence more like a hotel sky lounge, where you have lobby, leasing functions, and mail on the first floor, and you would take the elevators directly up to your floors or to the primary amenity level, which is level 12. So next slide, please. So then you're looking at the second floor and half floor of parking as you move up. So this is floor 2, but it's again a staggered parking condition. And then the bike storage really is to continue along the north end to give you some transparency and cycling related visibility through. Next level, please. Next one, please. So then we come up on level 3, which is our first residential level. Typical, and this is more or less typical all the way to level 8. We do have a connection here to the roof, that green roof terrace right there, where we actually are doing storage on one of the units to connect you directly to the north terrace. The south terrace has it's really more of meant to be a private gathering space for the units that surround it. And then we also have an internal courtyard that will be activating with activities such as movies. We have the opportunity for that core wall to become a potential mural that can be viewed from the sitting area that's on the corridor that's directly across from it. We're looking at possibly doing some lighting element that's could be part of the mural as well, and connecting this courtyard space with string lightings, lighting or sculptural lighting elements, so that this space becomes almost an outdoor living room. And because of the fact that it is sheltered year round, we do see this as being used in the height of winter as well. Next slide, please. So this is your basic typical floor, more or less the same. We also have additional amenities here, just in terms of student study rooms. That's on either side of the north and south of the core. Then next slide, please. We come across the level. This is the 8th floor, where we drop off that unit along the north side and create an additional terrace. This is what Rob mentioned earlier, as we were terracing up along that north side of the building, creating viewing spaces to the lake, which one's to the north? Window to the end of the Capitol building. So the interesting thing about this terrace, you'll get a peek of the Capitol building directly to the, I guess it would be the east, given the building orientation. Next slide, please. And then you come to our amenity level. So if you're doing the tour of the building, you come up at the first floor, you come out at this amenity club room zone that has direct connection to this pool terrace, where this floor drops off, and which again creates that massive chain break that Rob mentioned earlier. And your fitness in this configuration is facing the north right now, but this is constantly evolving at the moment. Next slide, please.
We're at 5.5 minutes.
Sorry.
We don't need to go through every single sheet.
Sure. Why don't we go to the
We're
materials?
architects and
Sure.
designers. We know how to read drawings.
In terms of material pages, material selections, right now we're considering a vertical ribbed panel that has a varied striation to it, and then a 2-color palette to go with it as well, so create this rhythm that runs across the facade. We actually have a fairly regular window pattern here, but we do flip windows around in the living room conditions. We're planning on treating the niches that are recessed using a different material, which you can see in the gray groupings of windows. And a large niche will be a similar material, but in a different color. So it becomes a textural change, as well as a recess in the building.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then we have one more registrant. Let's see, that was
yeah,
So
this
Joe,
is
go
this
ahead,
is Joe with Kimley Horn. We're
Yep.
the civil engineer on the project. I'm here to answer any questions as it relates to the site plan.
Oh, okay.
But I can forfeit my time and get to any questions that the commission may have.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's see here. Rafiq.
Yeah, I like this building. I'm not a fan of the way the materials are displayed. I'm familiar with Ceraclad, so I know what it looks like, and I'm sure it's not going to be this color and the stripes aren't going to be that bold. You probably won't even notice it from a couple feet away. But I do like the massing. The thing that I struggle with is the randomness of the balconies. Like when you have this large square inset, I like that. But then there's like 2 random little balconies over here and then a whole row here, and then it skips one on the bottom. And so I think that if there was a little bit more consistency, just bring the row on the corner, bring it all the way down to that one. Like, why was that one not have one? And then, like, I don't know. It's a little too. The balconies are a little too random, and I don't think that they necessarily belong in all of the locations that they're located in. But other than that, I think I like the massing. I like what you're trying to do. I think once you develop your renderings a little bit more, the material will work itself out. But yeah, overall, I do like the project. That pool size slice in the building that's called a courtyard, I also wonder about that. I don't know that it's going to work well for you. Unless I'm misunderstanding its purpose.
Are you referring to the terrace at the rooftop?
Yeah, no, it's a light well, and our intention is to obviously to optimize the ability of the site to handle units. There's plenty of precedent for a light well of that size. Our plan is, like Bernardo mentioned, to introduce potentially a mural in there, create an active space at the base of it that will feel like an indoor-outdoor space. And we're still looking at the material palette in there, but envisioning something that's very bright in nature, even white. And given that this location and angle is from southeast to southwest, for a good deal of the day, there will be direct sunlight hitting the top of the light well with the intention that it bounces off the walls to bring light further down toward the base.
If I may add to that, I think Rafiq's question regarding the position of the balconies, yes, they're randomized, and the intent initially was to keep them contained within those framed openings. That's why you see how they're stacked and not actually intersecting the red sections of the building. If you look at the corners, that was the original intent. And then as we're further refining the design, we're finding new locations to actually add additional balconies. And we can take that into account as well, your comments into account in terms of stackability. Looking at the material palette, the Ceraclad is limited to certain locations, which is you have to look at the gray bands. That would be where the Ceraclad would be as a vertical striated. It's a tighter pattern. And then the main body of the building would be a rib metal panel that would have a noticeable depth change from a distance.
Oh, that changes things. I like Ceraclad. I thought the orange was a Ceraclad and the gray was something else. But yeah, now I don't know. I don't know. You got to look. I think once you render it more realistic, you'll see if it's too obnoxious or not. That's a lot of ribs.
We actually have a color palette right now of 2 to 3 different metal cladding colors that we're looking to create a texture that's not overwhelming, and we're doing a rendering with the actual materials currently to really study how all of them work together.
Right.
Okay. Anything else, Rafiq?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thanks. We'll turn it over to Jessica and then Lois.
Yeah, I've got a couple comments. Your plan says courtyard, which is a very different definition to me than light well. So it's one or the other. And I would agree maybe light well is more appropriate, but courtyard on the plans maybe is a different definition. I think the jog along the tracks where you're breaking up the building is really successful. That looks dynamic, and it does break up that facade. And you also go a little higher over the entrance than along the roof line, which is subtle and yeah, it's a point of interest. Am I understanding this right, that the main entrance would be considered along the bike path?
Yes, the entry point is actually the corner itself, right? So you can come in from both sides. We're looking at creating an entrance sequence both to the north and to the west. So you can come in from both sides of that corner.
So I want to put a concern out there about feeling safe at night. It's kind of the back of the, during the day, that bike path is lovely. At night, walking alone, it's a completely different story. And some people would avoid walking that at night. So for that to be the entrance point, I think is a kind of a concern. It helps a lot if you can really see the entrance in the distance. If you are walking along, this is kind of a backside walk as opposed to Regent Street. And again, during the day, fine, but at night, it helps if you can see your entrance and know, visually just feel safer walking towards that. So I don't know if that means a bump out or something like that, but I would question people wanting to walk back there at night.
Jessica.
So Jessica,
yeah, go ahead, Linda.
From the developer's perspective, I absolutely hear you. Our property management has been very specific about making sure this entire leasing lobby space was well lit and engaging. And it would be our priority to make sure that we incorporate the right pedestrian lighting along the bike path to city standards, but then additionally add low-level lighting at the base of the building. We're very sensitive to SEPDED standards for security. We also have cameras at all of our entry points that not only protect our residents, but also are kind of a safety enhancing element to the public when you see this. So I absolutely hear where you are, and the illumination level at the leasing lobby off of the car court and the pathway will be quite evident. And I can assure you our property management folks wouldn't have it any other way. We can demonstrate.
Anything else, Jessica? That's enough. Anything else, Jessica?
Well, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Lois. Hold on.
There you go.
Okay.
So I like the building. I think I like the textural effect of the finish or the cladding, just because, those long linear buildings need to have something like that. I don't mind the randomness or the perceived randomness of the slots and in set-ins, and I would like to see more balconies, and it sounds like you're looking at options to add them. I would like, when you come back, to see a little bit more of a detail and rendering of that experience of the light well. I think that seems kind of tight. So even if there's maybe a daylight study or shadow study or whatever you want to call it of that area. And then finally, back to the entrance, you asked at the beginning of your presentation if we had any recommendations. And right now, I think it's going to need some kind of light element, not only to address Jessica's comment about safety, but it doesn't have an overhang or any other cue that is the main entrance. And I think it could use something. And I don't know if it's just a light element or a small fin of an awning, or I'm not sure what to say about that, but it needs a little bit more of a cueing that is indeed the main entrance of the building.
What about a lit canopy of some sort that extends slightly out? Is that kind of where you're headed?
Yeah, something like that. You guys are doing a pretty capable job of designing, so I'll leave that up to you. I think it warrants something. And those are my only comments. I think it's a nice project.
We can definitely have a look at that.
Thank
Lois.
you. Before Craig, I just want to step back and challenge the commission to look at this thing a little bit more fundamentally as a piece of urban design. And remember, what we did, or not what we did, but our response to the hotel that's just up the bike path a little bit. And similar to this, they, at the ground level, they turned their back on the bike path. I mean, that you got a little bit of a lobby here in the corner, but this building is not on the street. It's behind a building that's on the street. So the bike path becomes the de facto street here. And I think the applicant even acknowledged that the bike path is I guess the building is oriented, I guess, from a standpoint of the residents coming in and out of the bike, or using the bike path coming in and out of the building. So if this was a building on any other street in Madison, this wouldn't fly, having all of this on Wisconsin stuff, all this frosted glass and no activity on the bike path. I think I'd like to challenge them to, take that lobby that is running north-south and run it east-west. You got 400 feet or 450 feet along the bike path, and about 60 that's actually activated lobby, and another whatever 45 or 50 on the other end that's like a maintenance office. I know it affects parking, and you may have to give up one of your 600 apartment units to make it all work, but from an urban design standpoint, that's what we should be looking for as a commission. Greg?
That's what I was going to lead into, Cliff. Not only how people are really going to come and go, but also embracing and activating that north side. I think design wise and form, you guys have hit all the four sides, and you mentioned that. But as Cliff alluded to, if this is the front entrance, and really the amenity space should be this outdoor space for people to enjoy the outdoors, and how to capture that. I think there's a lot of that of how you design any other urban building and consider this to be the street, both pedestrian and bicycle traffic coming in and out. And as well as some of the other successful of using like amenity space too. I would even challenge the roof. We've seen other projects where you have a swimming pool up there. But other successful urban approaches have used more of just a green space that can be outdoor space used all throughout the winter, including plantings, sitting space, etc. Or especially in the winter, Wisconsin weather, you're up high, so it's not gonna be as sheltered. What is the actual usability? And this is a lot of tenants, so getting space that can be used by the most inclusive way possible. Swimming pools sometimes are nice to think about, but they just don't get as used. So if we're trying to find inclusive spaces for the health and well-being of people, that usually turns into more of like just general rec space. So both high and low, and then as Cliff mentioned, embracing that front entry and getting more usable space to engage people down where they're going to be going with the activity. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? We got Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. My comments and thoughts were along the line of activating the bike path side. I was thinking at least extending the lobby along into the parking area. Flipping it is actually an excellent idea. One thought I had at the other end of the building is taking the bicycle entrance and making something like a bike center, like we approved downtown in the two-story part of the new parking garage, but making sort of a retail space out of the bicycle component with, again, sort of a storefront presence and lighting, et cetera. But I have a real concern about the amount of inactivated space along the bike path. Lighting will be important, but I think getting actual activity along there is very, very critical. Maybe you can turn the storage space down at the end into something other than that, and make it more a retail or activated presence. But That's my primary concern. And to the balconies, I actually, no offense, Rafiq, but I love the fact that the balconies were random. I thought that was one of the coolest aspects. Usually I don't like hung balconies. These are somewhat set into the building, but the randomness is part of the interest. So if you add more, keep the pattern random.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for this informational presentation? Rafiq.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push back on the randomness. I don't mind them being random, but it has to make sense. And I don't know that this is necessarily as thought out as it can be based on where they are. I'm not saying that they should all like it has to be the exact same, but I think there's a little bit too much randomness. You know, like it starts to detract from, you have this nice square that's inset, and then you have a line of 5, and then you have 2 just over here. And so that random, then you have another square here that only has 3, then 2, then none. And so it can be random, but it needs to be organized and complement each other as you go around the building. Otherwise, they look like just hung squares that are like a mistake. So I like the pattern. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. You'll never catch Tom on one of them anyway. Okay. Anyone else like to add anything? No, seeing none. Okay.
So Cliff,
you?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I see an opportunity to engage a little bit better along the bike path, especially with something that's more visually appealing. The challenge of the narrowness of the site, where we are simply replacing existing parking, it has a bound to the north and to the south, and in order to make parking work, we really don't have the ability to pick up leasing and lobby and turn it around on the bike path. But
your objective is to get as many units onto this piece of property with as many cars as you can. We're the Urban Design Commission. That's not our concern.
Okay.
Okay. You've got hundreds and hundreds of units here and a lot of parking, and we're concerned with the pedestrian and bicyclers experience throughout the day and night that's along the bike path, as if this was the street.
Well, let's see what we can do to come back with a solution that's a bit more enlivened and engaging along.
Thank you. Okay. So one more, I think that was number 10. Number 11 is another informational issue, and that is 3005 University Avenue.
Speaking in support is Kevin Burrow, and John Fladd is here to answer questions.
Good evening. This is Kevin Burrow with Canothian Bruce Architects. I greatly appreciate your time and dedication this evening to still be in attendance here at this late hour for this final presentation. What we have before you is the proposed redevelopment of the Smokies Club site located along University Avenue, as shown in the yellow box in the center of the screen. Go to the next slide, please. With regards to the context of the site, most people are very familiar with the Smokies Club restaurant, but our immediate adjacent neighbors, we have the Bagels Forever, which is more of an industrial use building. And then we also have the 6-story housing to our northwest, and then also the commercial building in front of that. And directly across the street is strip retail. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is a 4 to 5-story mixed-use building with commercial space along the frontage along University Avenue, and then vehicular access along Schmidt Place for enclosed parking, where we are able to achieve 75 parking stalls, 64 of which are enclosed for residential use, and 11 stalls available for public use and for the commercial space. And then we have a total of 59 apartment units. And the building does step between 4 and 5 stories is shown in the 2 different colorations on the screen. We are able to create a large outdoor plaza area off of the 5th floor level, so all residents would have access to the larger outdoor community space. We are also stepping the building back along the south and then also along the western side to provide a little bit of buffer from the adjacent neighboring property. Next slide. So the overall layout, we've got 2 levels of parking. You come in off of 1 main drive off of Schmidt Place. We have some open air parking, those 11 stalls, and then you come into the secured parking portion where you have 21 stalls on this level and then ramping down to an additional 43 stalls. But the commercial space is highlighted in red and fronts along the building, and then also the main lobby and entry for the apartments share a common entry area there off of University Avenue. The accessible entrance is achieved aloft of Schmidt Place via the sidewalk adjacent to the open air parking to get into the lobby space as well. Next slide. The upper floors, it's a mixture of studios, 1s and 2-bedroom apartments. So 2nd and 3rd floor are shown here. We do have an exercise room off a 2nd floor, and 2nd floor units also have access to larger outdoor patios over the top of the 1st floor parking area facing to the west. Next slide. Then we have the 4th and 5th floor plans here. As you can see, the community room commons area is shown on the northern side of the building and does have access to that larger outdoor plaza space that all residents would have access to. Then the southern side does step back as well. You go to the next slide, please. Here's the concept elevations for this proposed development. I think we'll jump into the perspective view so we can really talk through the character and how the massing has worked out on this building. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. So here you can see the view along University Avenue, where we've got a combination of masonry elements, both cast stone and brick veneer, and we have composite siding, and then some accent panels really highlighting that corner, being on the corner lot here, creating that feature element directly above the commercial space. So the wider cast stone elements below represent the commercial space, and again, it's a shared entry sequence into the building, up a few set of stairs, fronting along University, but the main accessible entrance is located off the side. And you can also see that you cannot even see the 5th floor from this view as the building has been stepped back 30 feet on the upper floor level. Next slide, please. Here's the corner view then, again, looking at the commercial space right at the corner. And then the other red canopy, as you see just down the street, is the entry into the parking area for all residents and commercial users and visitors. Next slide. Here's the facade then along Schmidt Place, where you can see the entry into the commercial or parking area as well. And the base area, the base element is all that cast stone with some fenestration factored in here to try and break up the facade. And then above that, we have the brick elements. And then you can see the composite siding. And then all the balconies have been inset. And each apartment does have their own private balcony or patio. With that, I can turn it over to any comments and questions.
Okay, thank you. I do know that there were some additional staff concerns about the commercial entry prominence, the articulation along Schmidt, which is right here at the, underneath the parking there. I know this is informational, but that is a pretty kind of brutalistic facade at the moment. Any suggestions or hints on where you're taking this?
We certainly can study this further to figure out how we can best break up that facade. I mean, it is parking behind there,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But we can look at utilizing some more detailing to the masonry. We have created some recesses mimicking the balconies that are above. We could also look at some other masonry detailing and possibly some additional windows or fenestration into that floor level.
And then there was some staff concern about the prominence of the commercial entrance. Where is the commercial entrance? Because it's only 1,300 square feet. Is it on the corner there?
It's actually with a shared vestibule space underneath that brown canopy there. Mm-hmm. Yes, right where their cursor is. So you enter at that point and you either go straight ahead into the apartment lobby or into the commercial space. And then the accessible entrance is off of the back where the parking lot is. So people can come in the backside of the commercial space as well.
Okay. And then the other, and this is just for the benefit of the commission. There was also some staff, I guess, wanted the commission to weigh in on the composition of the corner element and the materials transitions as well. So when you're giving your comments, just know that in addition to the report, there was a few other staff comments that came up since then. Christian. Oh, hold on. You're muted now.
Got me?
Yeah.
Okay. I really like the look of this. I think it's fits into the space nice, and certainly a more modern, attractive looking building than the always kind of weird mid-century arched balcony thing next to it. I'm a fan of the color accents. I think you need to find just the exact shade of red there. This rendering looks pretty good. I think it should be a darker red. I like the fact that it's really just the corner and the entrance to the garage, and then just one small accent, two actually, on the front, and then further down on the side. It seems like there might be, a little bit more than that applied somewhere. But I think it really gives it a really distinctive feel without being too in your face. As far as the facade of the wall there that Cliff was mentioning, that's the parking garage basically, that foundation along there could certainly be made much more attractive with landscaping, beds of shrubs and grasses and stuff along that whole expanse. It seems like there's going to be at least one tier of units that are going to be looking out their window a few feet away at the completely blank masonry side of the apartment building to the west. But I like what they did with the terraces for some of the units on the west side of the building. We got a late in the day comment from a law firm complaining about an easement that had been given to Bagels Forever, but I was kind of surprised to see that, because when I was looking at the info packet, it looks like you've already addressed that concern, which they didn't seem to acknowledge at all. But all in all, nice looking project to replace the late great Smokies Club.
Okay. Lois, and then Jessica.
Can you go back to the university? There you go. See, I think that the building, there's a lot going on. I think it could be simplified, actually. There's, like, I counted 5 different material finishes, and I just feel like it's kind of too small of a building to have all these in and outs and the color change. And I'm not opposed to the massing. I think it could be simplified in materiality. And I'm going to contradict Kristen, but I'm not a fan of the bright color accents. I think that might be a trend that's a little bit on its way out, but we're seeing a ton of it, and we've been seeing a ton of it for a long time. So
Yeah, I mean,
That's my
you see there's like when you look up Schmidt, you see kind of a rhythm of these brick bays with recesses, and if that just turned the corner, simple enough. I mean, it would be perfect.
Yeah, so that's my only comment.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica.
Yeah, color's pretty subjective there, Cliff. So I don't know that I agree that it would be perfect without the red. So I'm always rooting for red, and this firm tends to, I mean, color, period. And this firm tends to throw color out there, which I always appreciate. University Avenue is a pretty drab scene. So maybe color is an okay thing. A question I had, two of them, is that you have such a nice step back on the university side on the 5th floor, but on the other end of the building, you're up against the backyard of a little house that's like the height of your first story. So I just wondered, and that's where the bagel trucks are proposed to go now, and I just wondered about that, the closeness of that small house and just the density and the scale of Harvey Street. So very, very close to this 5-story building. And then I also wanted to ask, this part of the city is such a great part of the city. It doesn't have a lot of housing, rentable housing for families. And you've already heard me say this tonight, but I'll put a plug in for multifamily housing units with 3 bedrooms. If that's possible, I'm not a real estate developer, so I know that, but it sure would be nice to see families populating on University Avenue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rafiq. And then Tom.
Yeah, I agree with Jessica. I like the color. I don't know about the red inset of the glazing. Like I don't know about those little stripes. I think it's not significant enough. But I do like the accent of the corner. But I also agree with Lois. I don't think you need that many materials. I think I think you can keep the red as a material, but I don't think you need 4 other ones. I think that the articulation and the push and pull of the facades, it does enough for the massing without having the white on the only on the inside of the red, and then the gray on the background, and then I think you can simplify the number of materials, but I don't know that the color is obnoxious or a trend that's on its way out. I think it helps out a little bit.
Okay. From this angle, if that whole 4-story element maybe was a different expression, like, the white and the red, and then everything back the 5-story on back was, as it headed back toward the neighborhood, was the masonry. It just seems like, I think like Lois said, it's so small, those 3 units. I mean, maybe you want to do something and punch it out, make it that whole front bay, the 4-story element. That could be like a nice head and tail to the building then. Tom, and then back to Jessica.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I like the framing. I'm not married to the color, but the bold frame on the corner, that aspect I like. I agree with everyone who said one less material. I was wondering if maybe, I don't know if that needs 2 masonry types, the brick and the stone base, or where you could eliminate, but one less. And then I had a question for Kevin along Schmidt Place. What are on that first floor, the sort of dark blocks looking into the parking area? Are those windows? Are they louvers? What is that element right now?
Yeah, those are windows.
They are windows. Okay.
Yeah, they would, depending upon how the interior is finished off, they may be obscure glass as opposed to vision glass.
Okay. I think between landscaping and doing something more with that base, clearly it needs to be more activated than it is. One of the solutions I've seen often, it might not work architecturally, but using glass block, but in a more generous fashion at that kind of first level parking to both bring light in and keep security, but just doing something more with that base. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jessica and then Craig.
Yeah, just real quick, Kevin, Kevin Burrow, the new Pantone color of 2022 is a deep periwinkle. Just saying.
Thank you.
But this is going to open in 23. So what's that color going to be?
Oh, that color is going to be baby blue.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, I asked. Craig.
Yeah, you always careful what you ask, right, Cliff? The suggestion I would have, Kevin, on the parking, just because those windows proportionally along that bay, and because it's parking behind it, and I get it's full enclosed parking, but if you could do, more of like a screening you do in a typical open air parking garage, so you can keep your security, that might actually get more to the rhythm of the building, of the doors and windows above, and it might give it a little more character than those really small punched openings that just don't seem to fit. But when you exactly on this elevation, when you look at the north elevation above, and you have like those storefront windows, you have that continuation of the punched openings. If you did something similar in the parking garage, but you change that to some sort of either louvered or aluminum panel, etc., to keep your security, but it's open air. That would just be a suggestion. I think that would be a better look as you move up that drive.
All right, thank you, Craig.
That's all I have. Otherwise, I agree with everybody else's comments except for the baby blue.
All right. One question I have with regard to the commercial space, which I know you probably put it in there because you're being compelled to by planning staff, but where are these people, if somebody did come for whatever they might have in there, where are they going to park?
The intention is for those 11 stalls that are open air, just open to the public. So that would be utilized during the day when the commercial space would be open.
For visitors or for like residential visitors or customers?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Have you had any kind of discussions with the city about allowing on-street parking on Schmidt?
This is being evaluated by Sean Millay right now. I believe there is limited on-street parking on Schmidt on one side.
I mean, the way it is now, it's kind of like all Smokies parking lot. You can't even really tell where,
right,
where the street ends and Smokies front door begins. But you wondered if you could have a couple of stalls, build a curb and gutter and a couple of stalls along there. That might work to your advantage. And then finally, I mean, typically I'm not advocating for landscaping to conceal a bunch of stuff architecturally. But if I look at this plan right here, you got a really deep terrace where I think you can really, with landscaping, you can actually do a lot to help that exposed parking level. In this case, because, I think you've got plenty of room to do it. And I think it could be really effective along there. Because right now that's just, as you know, it's just a big, huge asphalt of nothing green at all. And so I think that would be really nice.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before they tear down Smokies?
Is there any concern based on the staff raising the question earlier with the commercial entrance being on University and also the accessible entrance being off of that shared parking? Do you feel that we've been successful with that to this point?
Anybody want to weigh in? Craig? Craig and then Jessica.
I would just, as far as that equity inclusion, Kevin, I would say if you were with a group of friends and one person was in a wheelchair, everybody else went in one, the other person had to go all the way around. It doesn't seem to be very inclusive to me. I know it's a tight space, but I always think of, and we commented a little bit of this in the other one, especially for a new building, ADA should just be part of what's built in. And I get the grade and everything else, but this isn't an historical building. So making somebody go around to the backside just isn't very inclusive. That's my opinion of it.
Anyway, the commercial could kind of stretch along University and have the entrance to the lobby and everything off of Schmidt, because that's really kind of where people are going to be coming in anyway. You really
right
need
now
a
we're
university.
reserving the corner, obviously, for visibility of the commercial space to hopefully have it be viable for a tenant there.
Yeah, can you just stretch the commercial?
Completely across.
Completely across, but yeah, I know you don't want to lose any parking stalls or anything, but that might help if you could bring the residents in their lobby from Schmidt and just face the commercial along University. But it certainly, yeah. I mean, it doesn't. When you look at the commercial, as small as it is, you don't really see an entrance to it. At least that's my recollection from the renderings that I saw. Let me see. All right. Yeah, the way it's rendered now, it doesn't look like there's an option for a direct entrance in there, does it?
We're not showing the doors effectively, but yeah, we could have direct entry into that shared patio, if you will, or front stoop.
Jessica?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that might be hard for whatever business you get in there. It needs an entrance off University, but frankly, most people are going to come walking in from parking. So deciding which side is the front of the commercial gets a little difficult.
Right.
Yeah. Craig?
Sorry, I'm chatty tonight, Cliff. The last thing I would say, Kevin, if you're trying to do a design element with that bold red, which is going to draw your eyes, that could also signal an entrance. You could use that to your advantage to signal entrance. And then also something that carries your eyes. Matt Tucker's not on, so I could say it's a great place to put signs, big signs, glowing signs. But don't tell Matt I told you that.
That's our secret.
Okay. I think it's being recorded, but he's probably not going to tune in later on. I get, and that goes back to me saying, well, maybe this whole bold red and white thing could be, the head end that fronts the entire University Avenue, and maybe that the whole commercial could be along there, and then bring in your office and lobby and stuff as small as it is back behind off of Schmidt Place. It might be a nice way to zone it and resolve some of the complexity of the elevation. If you can get some on-street parking, maybe you can, sacrifice a stall or two inside.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you. Also, any other questions or comments? No, great. All right, thanks a lot. Okay, so 8:49, and we got through items number 11, and now we're on to business by members. Other than a tribute to our old buddy Dick Wagner, anything else that we should be considering? We're not going to be meeting again for 4 weeks. Julie.
Statements of interest forms will need to be filed with the mayor's office by January 4th.
Mm-hmm. If I can only remember my password. Okay. Any other further, oh, Christian?
I don't want to make everybody sad, but I think we can all admit that this would have been the meeting that lots of Christmas cookies would have shown up, and
Yeah, I
we'd
know.
at least be enjoying a big sugar buzz to go along with our extra long meeting.
Well, you can if you print it out. I didn't print it out in color, but if you got a color version of Julie's agenda, that really get your stomach grumbling. When I sent the email out to the commission about Dick, I've kind of felt him tapping on my shoulder that's saying, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. It's against the it's an open meetings violation. But I went ahead and did it anyway, just this once. He was certainly a well-informed parliamentarian. And as I'm learning now, had a greater impact than I had even realized. I certainly knew within the gay community and his service to as a county commissioner, but I didn't realize he wrote the book on the DOA, for example. But anyway, those of us who got to serve with him for those years were better for it, and he certainly set the bar for the way the standards that we set and the way we conduct ourselves. All right, well, everybody go off and have a happy new year, and we'll see you on the 12th, and hopefully even a shorter agenda next time. Okay,
Have a
thanks.
wonderful holiday, everybody.
Happy
Yep,
holidays.
you too.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thanks, Stefan. Thanks, Kevin, Julie.
Happy holidays.
8:52, we're adjourned.
Night.